Hold on, let me unmute you.
I should probably bring up your stream as well so I can see chat.
Yeah, you're unmuted. I think you were the last person I played anything with, so...
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I think so.
BC face.
I'm finishing up a fight with Majima too before we actually get started.
Oh my god.
Look, he ambushed me out of nowhere.
Excuses. Excuses. Hi, y'all.
I'm sorry. Crazy man comes up to you with a bat saying he wants to fight. How are you gonna handle that? I imagine you would probably run like most people would.
Yeah, because I'm a coward and my motto is do not die.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good motto to have.
Look, I need to live to fight another day, okay?
Yeah.
Oof. So, all I'm doing
I don't
right
care
now,
if you're everywhere, Majima. I'll beat the shit out of you everywhere.
So all I'm doing right now is
It's punishment time!
It's a box! We're in the box. I didn't even do anything.
Trix is in the box.
I didn't even do anything yet.
You know what you did.
I didn't do anything yet! Okay,
You know what you did!
So what I'm doing right now is I am, hitting up all them self-promo channels.
Yay!
Yeah, gotta spread the stream around. Get the homies in.
Yeah, I gotta let everybody know you playing Yakuza.
I am. I'm letting them know I'm playing it for the first time ever. For the first time in ever.
You never forget your first time with Yakuza games. You will understand very much what I mean by that when you get into it.
You making me want to say messed up things like you're popping my Yakuza cherry. Don't make me think things like that.
I mean...
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, God's above. Help. Don't bug me! I didn't do it!
Yeah, you did.
It was death all along.
Yeah, no. You don't get to blame me for this stuff. I ain't doing anything. I am just innocently sitting here.
Oh, boy. I do like...
I didn't do nothing.
Oh, Ark added a self-promo channel to the HOA. That's sick.
Yeah.
That's sick. I do like when I share my Twitch, it shares my profile picture, and I'm like cute as fuck, so I'm hoping someone will look at it and be like, oh, this bitch is cute! I'm going to watch their stream!
Yeah.
I almost wanted to say watch me get stuffed on Thursday, but I also felt like, baby, that was a little inappropriate. I felt it worked better as like an in-house joke. I really like people who auto share when folks go live. I want to set that up for the Discord. So like if anybody fucking knows how to do that shit, let me know, cuz that's just so much easier on everybody involved. Cause like there are like these chunks where I just forget to share the stream around. I forget about the homies. And like you shouldn't forget the homies. Homies are love, homies are life. We kiss the homies goodnight here.
Yeah. Sorry, one last thing I need to do.
Okay.
I don't want to lose any progress.
Oh, you need to save?
Yeah.
Save the game, Death. Save it. For later. Gotta savor the flavor for later. Wait! I have cotton candy gum. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh shit, I forgot my gum. Fuck. Chair, please. Move. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Good.
Hold on. My gum. Yeah. Oh wait, Eric's actually in there. Oh, never mind. Gum. Okay, I'm back. Sugar flavored gum. This is gonna blow your mind, bro. Sugar free, sugar flavored gum.
Ooh.
The best kind. Okay. I need to breathe. I got very excited and I like died trying to get out of my chair. So, you know, let me set up the game.
Yes, game.
Game. There's that. Game capture. Where are you? There it is. There's Yakuza. And now, turn the audio on. Or not. It won't let me do it. I don't know why. We'll go ahead and transition screen and then I'll do that.
Game.
Wow, transition, just be fucking abrupt, why don't you? Yakuza, hello? Oh, it's because I wasn't clicked on it. Okay. So I need you to explain one thing to me.
Yes.
So, these Yakuza games. So, Yakuza 0, is it a prequel?
Yeah, it's a prequel. It's before all the other games.
Okay, so technically this isn't the oldest game in the series.
No, it actually came out, I believe, after Yakuza 6.
Hello? Hello, game? Hello? Hello? Is there anybody out there? Jesus Christ, it took it forever. But we got it up. Alright. Should I play with the settings or anything? Or it's fuck it.
You gonna share the screen with me?
I am. Are you gonna tell me if the volume's too loud?
I can't hear it until you share it with me. Because I've got the tab muted for your stream, so I don't hear you twice. Yeah, but hold on.
I want you to check the stream and let me know if it's too loud. Oh, guys, it smells so good. Sorry. I'm a little fucking weird. It's okay. How many am I supposed to chew? 1 or 2?
I need you to stop talking so I can hear the game. Okay, volume is good. You're fine.
Okay, 1 piece is 5 calories, so I guess it's like up to my discretion if I want 1 or 2. You know what? We'll start with 1 if I feel like that's not enough gum, because this feels like a very light load in my mouth. We'll add another load. Away.
Light load in your mouth. Considering there are prostitutes in this game, you might wanna curb phrases like that.
Oh my god, this is so good. Oh fuck, I gotta go to jail. Cause I'm a criminal.
Yeah, someone put her in jail, please.
I'm in jail.
Good job, Sanity. Yeah,
oh,
good job.
It's like cotton candy with a little hint of mint. Yeah, I like a mouthful. I need 2 loads.
All I did, Sanity, was gift her a game, and she became a criminal. All right.
Oh yeah.
I didn't do nothing.
That's a good load. Oh, I gotta scroll back up to my messages. Yum, 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 yum. There we go.
There we go. All right.
Mm.
You ready, Trix? You ready?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't chewed gum in a while, so I think I forgot how to chew gum. Are you supposed to like suck the juices off the gum as you chew it?
You're just supposed to chew it and let the flavor kind of just seep into your saliva.
Oh, so I'm not supposed to be deep throating the gum. Okay.
No.
Hi,
Oh my god.
He just walked in.
Trix.
What?
The fuck?
But it's so juicy. It's juicy gum, okay? It's juicy.
Yeah, you got the controller, by the way, right?
Oh no! Are you dead, bro? Are you dead? Please don't be dead.
I'm not dead, no. Or who? Oh, the controller. Gotcha.
The controller lives. Oh.
Okay, good. Good. Yeah, you definitely. You definitely.
Oh fuck.
Want a controller with this game. You do not want to use mouse and keyboard. I am going to be 100% with you.
We haven't used a controller in a while. I caught it. Okay, well, the controller works. I don't know how... Death, are you gonna criticize me if I play easy?
Not at all.
Okay.
This is about fun.
Okay, good. I gotta throw the paper from
and honestly, I cheese the combat all the time in this game. My number one strat is just to carry around a shit ton of energy drinks.
That looked like it hurted.
Yeah.
I wonder what he did.
Stop. Please. Oh boy.
Stop beating my ass.
I'll be a good piss baby. I'm sorry.
His suit being shiny in places makes me uncomfortable. Like, who spooged on your suit, my dude?
Bump, you ain't going anywhere. I'm sorry. Like, I can barely hear the voices on my end.
Okay.
I can hear the ambient noises, so you might want to fiddle with the settings. Like the game settings themselves.
I think I have to wait until after this cutscene.
Yeah.
Well, at least there's subtitles.
Yeah. Oh, damn. When you pick a fight in this town, you better pick carefully. Or it could be my No. Wait, it's my stream volume.
Oh, it's you?
There we go.
It was you were the problem. You were the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had the stream volume set to low.
Everybody else got good volume? Damn, you just gonna rob that man? Alright.
No, he didn't rob him, per se.
Took what he was owed? You can't hear the voices?
Oh, maybe the game volume is too low.
Voices in my head, they talk to me, they understand.
December 9th, 1988, Tokyo, Japan.
That's a year before I was born! Do I want apple fries? That actually sounds really good.
Oh, hush you. If you really cared, you'd pay my cab fare. Ah, why don't I book us a suite at the Plaza instead? You and me can get it on till the break of dawn.
Go home, bro. You grew up.
What the hell? I'm freaking hurt, man. He's Kiryu Cosmo. He don't give a shit.
I mean, that was rude. You can't just run into a person.
Hey, asshole. You just walk away after my interview like that? I believe you owe me an apology in the form of 20,000 yen.
No, he asked him to get down on his knees, so I think he wants a blowy.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
He's already covered in blood. Maybe not. It's okay. Maybe next time.
I'm sorry. My tiny penis makes me talk out sometimes. He just fucking backs the fuck off. And all of them start bowing to him like, damn.
Oh, yeah, this is Trident, so it's good for my teeth. I didn't even pay attention to that when I got this. I just was like, ooh, cotton candy. Ooh, sugar-free. Ooh, coming home with me.
10:43 p.m. Okay, so yeah, this is why he was taking the money. And... Hey.
It's a loan shark.
How'd it go, huh? It's done. Pardon the loose change. I didn't bring an envelope.
Well, it's a say.
Don't
Who
sweat
gives a
it.
shit?
Cash is cash.
Right.
Spends just fine without an envelope.
Who needs an envelope?
Yeah, you Dojima boys work fast. Sure makes my life easier. Anyway, here's your cut. 10% as promised. Oh, thanks. Also, here's a little bonus from me. That isn't necessary. Most heavies take half these days. I've got you working cut rate. Getting real Yakuza at this price? You're the one doing me a favor here, trust me. Still, look around you. Other kids your age are waving 10G bills. Proper Yakuza's got to keep up appearances. Consider it a gift to commemorate our first job together. Here, take it. I mean, Kiryu's offering you free money. I'd just take it.
Right.
Just don't make my mistake and lend it to an idiot. 300 grand's a drop in the bucket, sure, but if we don't collect, it sends the wrong message, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
I guess, yeah,
I
you're
guess
so.
so.
I mean, lend money in this town long enough, you learn a thing or two. The world these days, hardly anyone knows what money's worth anymore.
Is this game gonna teach me things? Am I gonna learn today?
Well, yeah, there are morals and lessons and shit to learn here, but mostly it's about the ride.
We're gonna learn some stuff, Jack. Like how my ass hurts.
Hey, why don't you come work for me, son? A man with your skills could really rake in the cash.
Oh, I know, Watchdog.
A lot easier than on a Yakuza payroll.
Nice, Sapphire.
Every meal a feast, every night
I'm
an
taking
orgy.
your money or your
Damn.
kneecaps. Your choice.
Okay. Like, I mean, I'd turn around and be like, okay.
Alright, Death, your money or your kneecaps? Oh, time for the funny crime game. I'm just a funny crime guy.
Yep. 3 years ago, I might have taken you up on that offer.
Deaths and stuff.
But once you're Yakuza, there's no turning back. Oh, how wrong that answer is. Wonder if your being can lead to a fulfilling life too. Beats me. I've never been a Yakuza. I couldn't tell you. This game is half serious crime drama, half faffing about with fun minigames. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, Watchdog.
Death, you can
What
answer.
an asshole.
Death, you can answer. What would you give up, your money or your kneecaps?
My kneecaps, because I could replace them with the spare kneecaps I have. So it's not a loss. And then I get money. Whoa, okay.
So pretty. Look at a pretty girl.
Yeah, game knows what we want.
Hold on a second. I'm moving my model to the other screen for a reason.
Oh no, floating hands.
No, hands! Man, how the fuck does anybody dance in heels? That's a talent.
Yeah, it honestly is.
I'm just gonna say it. It's very talented.
The Way of the Dragon of Dojima Monk. Oh, now he just notices the blood splatter on his face.
Nobody
Oh,
said
shit.
anything. Nobody told him.
What did the loan shark tell him? He's like,
Right.
dude, you got a little,
Hand him a
something on your
handkerchief
face.
and be like, clean yourself up, you know?
Yeah.
Keep up appearances. Oh, I screwed it up. Hold on. I forgot to maximize it.
There we go.
That bathroom looked like shit.
Yep. Oh, look, phone booths.
Oh my god, I am so old. Oh no!
And pagers.
A pager! A pager! I'm so old, you guys.
Also, the music in this game is hype as fuck. That feels like an anime opening, right?
It kind of does, yeah.
Chapter 1, Bound by Oath.
Oh, Jesus. Just taking yourself too seriously right now.
Yeah.
I know what comes later. You won't see a smartphone in these games until 7? Jesus.
Yup. Yeah. Swear Nishiki said he'd meet me. Guess I beat him here. 724106, huh? The code for what you up to. I'm waiting for your slow ass to show up.
I didn't get any of that from that string of numbers.
With pagers, they would send codes to each other.
I never had one of those.
Yeah.
I was a flip phone kid.
Yeah. Might as well have a look around, see if I can find him.
Okay.
I want one of the Nokia bricks.
Man, I can't play this game. There's so many things to look at. Y'all know what I am. I gotta look
This
over.
is just one map.
I know, and that's like the worst part. Somebody made this. I need to appreciate every little bit they put into it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to appreciate here, too. Like, not every building you can go inside, but,
I don't care about that. Look at
There's
this
a-
street. There's so much.
press the select button
The fuck is this
on the
select?
controller. It's...
The map.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Zoom out. Zoom out for me.
The dare button. Okay.
Yeah.
Nom, nom.
So you see okay, so the orange ones are various eateries you can go to.
Food
The
place.
yellow ones are shops you can purchase items. And then the purple ones are various mini games and activities you can enjoy. Karaoke,
Oh, boy.
mahjong, gambling, bowling, pocket circuit. And anyone who knows Yakuza knows about the pocket circuit. Oh yeah, and the big pink dot, that's where you need to go for the next story.
I would hope so, because that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Look, they got a coffee sign, or we got 23 seconds until an ad. That gives me a minute and a half to just look at shit, because that's
Yeah.
what I do. Look at all these signs.
Yeah?
That looks like a building I could go into.
That's probably a strip joint.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. What? Hand over the money. I told you I'd pay you back when I can, didn't I? But you won't. Please, just leave me alone. Quit your whining, nerd. Just fork over your wallet. Please, somebody help me. Running shakedowns on our turrets. Somebody needs to set them straight before they try anything really stupid. Alright, Trix, ready to beat someone up?
I gotta go beat up some, like, high school kids.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't know
Probably
how,
university students, to be honest.
I would hope so. I don't know how I feel about beating the shit out of children.
What do you want? This ain't a show. Wait, are you sure he's not Yakuza? So what if he is? He's our age. If he's Yakuza, he's probably just errand boy. You guys new in town? And what if we are?
We're in the middle of the ad.
Okay.
Since the cutscene started, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna be. So we're trying something new. We are trying. We are trying out 1.5 minute ads every 30 minutes. Without pre-rolls.
Gotcha.
I do have the option to change that to 3 minutes of ads every hour. Ooh, excuse me. And then Shibata said I can actually get away with 2 minutes per hour if I set them up to do it manually, which I don't know how to do yet.
Yeah.
It was Joe's suggestion to do 1.5 minutes every half hour. I wasn't sure how people would feel like, because 3 minutes worth of ads feels like a lot. Like, it's a lot.
Yeah.
But also, every 30 minutes, 1.5 minutes ad also feels like fast, like too quick.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, there's no real good solution. Twitch just really sucks on that front.
They honestly, yes.
And I really want to bring in new folks. I really want to disable pre-rolls, and then there's like all these stipulations that you got to do in order for you to be able to do that. So we're dealing the cards that have been dealt to us.
Yeah.
And nobody likes it. But if anybody does prefer 3 minutes per hour, we take like one long break and then come back, let me know.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm sticking with this right now. Alright, seems like everybody's back, so we're gonna resume.
Okay. My family runs this part of Kamurocho. If you were regulars, you'd know better than to do anything stupid here. Excuse you? What's a piece of Yakuza trash get off lecturing us? Alright, tutorial time!
That just seems like a really bad idea from their part. Okay. I'm probably not gonna. Don't get any high expectations.
I'm fine. Just do your thing. Press Y during a X combo attack to perform a finishing blow, then knocks the enemy down. The knockdown effect varies depending on the number of X's were pressed, so try them in a few ways. So, like, it's basically X is your light attack and Y are your heavy attacks.
Okay. I won't lie to you, that's orange, not yellow, but okay. I get it. These guys are fast.
Alright. Take him down.
Alright. Ah.
Hey, it is.
Meow meow. Hi, you guy.
You're a Nishikiyama of the Dojima family. You were so late I had to find a way to kill time.
Citrine, that's what I got today. Death, did you get your gemstone?
Oh, let me see if I can collect one. This one. Let's see. Collect. Oh, I found a citrine as well.
Oh man, it's citrine night.
I wanted to say thanks for coming. It's like I haven't yet, but I'm about to, kid.
Oh,
Off to the strip club we go.
you gotta be careful with them strip clubs. Don't need you jizzling in your pants. It's embarrassing. You get a citrine, you get a citrine, you all get citrines!
I'll admit though, you're finally starting to look the part. You look a pretty convincing Yakuza.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Wow.
Put Cosmo-san's mind at ease.
Oof. Hmm. And talking business. That's what happened to you. Did you disappear?
Yeah, no, sorry. My mom is texting me. Apparently, my sister and her son were caught up in that same storm.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Her house is salvageable, which at least is
Okay.
good.
Yeah, this hurricane has really been fucking a lot of our friends over.
Yeah. Or Ciabatta.
Yeah, I feel really bad. Where'd you eat? Bro, you can't just be saying the restaurant you ate at is good without telling us what restaurant. We need to know where you ate and what you had and who you were with. I'm just gonna start drilling you. Or a trend of people filming themselves staring down the hurricane. What? People need to chill. So I grew up in like Tornado Alley.
Yeah.
And there were crazy folks that would like go outside and like watch tornadoes like destroy things. And back then they didn't like have social media or TikTok or phones or anything like that. So they'd be like, look at their tornado.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad it's over there, not over here.
Immediately just turns.
O2K barbecue? Mmm. So a Korean barbecue place, I presume. Alright.
Hold the right trigger just to follow Nishikiyama.
Alright.
There you
That's kind of convenient, actually. People are silly, but we've seen what these
一緒にホテル行きましょう。
おめえこの辺りの店
Oh, thank you,
ちゃんと
lady.
出入りしてるか当たり
Oh
外れ
yeah,
も
I've
含め
had
て何
Korean
でも知っと
barbecue.
かねえとな
Yeah.
You can walk
金
in
ケ
front
チ
of
って
him
溜
and
め
have
込む
him
のも
follow
いいけど
you.
こう
Look,
い
I
う
get
ご時世
lost,
だ
so honestly, this is safe.
金は使いようで売買にもな
Yeah,
る
Trix has never played any of these games before, so she has no idea the layout of Kamurocho.
There is an
この街で
ashy
死ぬ
on the
ってな
floor, and my
そういう
toes are
ことさ
cold, so I'm gonna stuff them into her tummy.
可愛い女子大生が
And
より
she's
どり
gonna
み
be
どり
okay
と言われ
because she's my
ついてい
good
ったら
girl.
バーバーばっか 5000円ポ
She's
ッキー
so
のはず
fucking
が
out
ぼったく
though.
られ
She's so EBs.
そういうのも全部勉
She
強だと
doesn't
思えばい
even
い
care, bro.
つうかそう思わねえとやってられねえだろう
It's like Wizard of Oz down.
Yeah.
今のは物の例えであって別に俺が実際に体験したってわけじゃまあとにかく今日は俺のおごりだ
Tonight's
おめえ
his
もたまに
treat.
は楽しめいいな
I don't know, what are we gonna do? I know a little bit. I've seen Shibata play a little bit. Seen a few other people play a little bit. And Death has told me a little bit, so...
Yeah.
I know
didn't
how
tell her
crazy
too
it
much.
can get, but I don't know to, like, what everything is gonna happen.
She only really knows the basic story.
Nom, 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 nom.
Pretty much this synopsis. Kiryu and Niski are 20, just remember that? Yeah.
Little babies!
What is this, a fight? Looks like it.
Some fight!
Come on, you're in the way. What's that? What's your problem, bro? You wanna fight? I'll punch you in the dick. Oh man, quit talking those them. We're not done here. Yeah.
Oh my god. They really do! Like, just
Who's
kiss already!
You snot-nosed little punk.
Just
And
kiss
you handsome
already!
face. Kiss me already. It's not whatever your name is. Oh, now you've done it. Yeah, come on, Grandpa. Take your best shot. At
He's
my
not
lips.
even that old! He's what, like, management guys? Like,
Yeah,
30s?
screw it. I probably wasted it. It's not worth the trouble. Let's take a different road. No need. I've got a faster way to fix
He
this.
fixes everything with his fist, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I just need to sober them up a bit with my fist. Kiryu, my computer isn't working. Punches the computer, and it somehow starts working again. Like, how did you... You know what? I'm not even gonna ask that.
Right.
I can't tell if you're a sadist or a cherry worker.
He's a sadist. Pretty sure. That's funny.
He's gonna sober up these guys by beating the shit out of them. What do you babble about, Santa? Yeah, but you...
Butts! Oh, top tier insults now. Yeah. Butts.
Alright, you must make them pay for their crimes by beating the shit out of them. Heat gauge time! This is the best part. The three blue glowing bars at the top left are called the heat gauge. The heat gauge starts at 1 bar. As your attacks hit enemies, the gauge fills up, shifting to the second and then third bars. At each level, your speed increases. Some moves require a certain level of heat, so once you are used to fighting, keep an eye on the heat.
Okay.
Once the heat gauge shifts to the second or third bar, Kiryu's body begins to glow with a blue aura. This is called heat mode.
This is called
and it signals that you can use special heat actions. Try using heat actions while sobering up the drunkards.
Why did I call him that, bro?
Okay, so one thing to know about the heat actions is that there's literally hundreds of them, because they're all context sensitive. If the enemy is counterattacking you, that's a different heat action. Are you holding a box of nails? That's a heat action. Are you holding an umbrella? That's a heat action.
Oh my god.
Are you up against a wall? That's a heat action. So there's literally hundreds of them.
I never want to hear any company claim that they can't do anything new with their games. Like, this is so excessive. Like, why? For why?
Yeah.
The odds of you even seeing them all. Like, all the little fucking details here. I don't want to hear it anymore. And there's, what, how many of these damn things?
There is Yakuza 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yakuza Gaiden Like a Dragon, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Yakuza Gaiden, the man who erased his name, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Yakuza Dead Souls, Yakuza, and then we've also got a 12th game coming out, Yakuza Pirates, Majima Yakuza Pirates in Hawaii.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody be like, oh, we don't have the time or the resources or the power to make our games better. I don't want to hear it. Pokemon needs to take some damn notes.
Yeah. Alright, press B with heat gauge at second or third bar. So, yeah.
Is he a fucking salt shaker?
Yeah, he salted him.
He assaulted him.
Assaulted them. Yeah, see, that's the next one.
Is this a watermelon?
Use a heat action. Use a heat action with the bowling ball.
Oh my god!
Sober up the drunkards. Your training is complete. That concludes the explanation of the heat actions and special moves, but the two drunkards need some sobriety beaten into them. If you take a fighting stance using the right bumper, move with the control stick will center around the enemy in front of you. This is effective when you want to focus your attacks on a single enemy.
Oh, thank Christ. Because that one's bugging the shit out of me.
There you go. Oh, bonk! Bonk!
Alright! Beat some sobriety into these fuckers. I'm into it.
Yeah. Huh? What? Where am I? What was I doing here? And who are you?
He literally sobered the
He literally beat some sobriety into them. Sounds like that sobered them up.
You think?
Must be your delicate touch.
Yum, yum. Death knows everything.
The one English dub scene, about the, I've been feeling like hitting some balls tonight. Is that the one you're talking about, you okay?
Death knows everything.
I remember watching music videos at the bar, then we got to talking about which idols we
Oh,
like.
it's dangerous! You can't talk about idols when you're drunk.
Yeah. Yeah. Then some smartass started making fun of poor sweet Shoko-chan, and then... Oh, my head's throbbing. I can't remember past that. I think you two have had enough for tonight. Go home. Yeah.
Owie. Oh, tummy ache.
Whoa, you okay, mister? Here, I'll walk you to the train. Take it slow. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, this
Ooh,
is so
thanks.
funny.
You're awful considerate for a kid your age.
You were just fighting.
They were just at each other's throats, ready to kill one another, and then they're just like, "Oh, sir, let me help you."
Oh my
All's
god.
well that ends well. Let's hit the bar.
Oh my god, they're gonna become friends after this. They're gonna be long life friends after this.
Completing certain challenges. Oh, here it is. The funnest part of this game. Completing certain challenges will earn you CP, completion points. You can view them from the pause menu under completion list. Some are things that will probably happen on their own as you play the game, but others will require more deliberate effort.
Ooh. You want me to do things?
Yeah. Like, I'd say roughly 60% of them will just happen on their own.
Okay.
Visit temples or shrines to gain access to the CP exchange menu, where you can spend CP to earn special blessings, ranging from being able to sprint for longer distances to earning more cash from fights. They're big help, so take a look.
Alright.
さあ行くか
Alright, follow Nishiki.
Alright.
What a waste, a damn shame, I say.
Oh, damn, a boomer.
You got a punch like a two-ton gorilla, and you go around wasting it on drugs? What do you think that's how it was meant for? All that raw fighting prowess. Go and make me money in a boxing ring. Look, I just helped a couple of guys work off some alcohol. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point. What's the problem? You want to talk alcohol? You're like taking one swig from a vintage bottle and tossing the rest. Going from a look of you, you're Japanese mafia, yeah? Yeah, maybe you shouldn't fuck with him then.
Right, like, why are you being so casual with him? Like, I know you're a foreigner, but come on, man.
Yeah.
The Japanese are not that, like, open to, like,
Polite.
strangers
Yeah.
just chatting them up.
Seems like you're pretty confident in fight. A real dynamite boy.
He's dynamite.
About to learn the importance of eating a cash salad. Oh, absolutely. Calling me boy.
I like to save my money. I don't want to eat it.
Well, about that. Compared to me, you're practically a toddler.
Ah,
Yeah, you look like a decrepit skeleton.
You're wonderful.
Gary, what's the holdup, man? My boner is only gonna last so long. Oh, yeah. Okay, money is the be-all, end-all in this game, by the way. And you're gonna need to both make and spend a lot of it.
Do I look
It's
like
nothing.
a rich
Be right
person?
there.
I'm not rich. I don't know how to be rich.
No sense wasting time on this drunk. I should just go. Yeah, like, literally billions of yen.
That's like millions.
Like, literal fucking billions.
It's like millions in my money, and I don't know how to act like a millionaire.
No sense wasting time on this drunk. I should just go. Too much booze is bad for you, Gramps. Take care.
Hey.
Hey, now! Hold up! Wait, I love to watch you walk away, but I got a piece of advice for you. And I got a friend waiting for me. If you got something to say, make it quick.
Go fast, like Santa.
What?
Yeah. Oh, out for a night with your main dog? Me and the boys used to really wreck it back when I was your age. God, I got so much ass.
Jesus.
I have every STD you can think of. When you spend all your money playing around, you'll never get stronger. You gotta invest in yourself.
Invest.
What, like a gym membership?
No.
Nah, no better than spending on booze. I'm talking about investing in yourself. Literally. Literally? What's that even mean? Glad you asked, my boy. Here's a special extra just for you.
Just inject your cash directly into your veins.
Well, you're laughing about that, but, that's exactly what you're about to do.
No! What the fuck? Why? Oh my god.
Alright. Eat your money, Trix.
Oh, Jesus.
Hold it in. Hold down the button. Do it. Welcome to Yakuza Zero's level up system.
What the fuck? I'm sorry.
I imagine Kiryu, like, just gets stiff as a board, and his hand reaches up to his mouth, and he inserts the bills, like those soda machines. It's just like, it feeds into his mouth, like... And, like, you hear the soda dispensing noise, and he gets a new combat technique.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
You keep pouring money to yourself for a little trading. It's all yours will grow in no time. So keep the women and wine on a budget. Here. Kiryu just deep throats a stack of bills. Like, oh, God, Jefferson, you're so long and hard. Investing in myself, literally, never thought of that.
Taking a Lincoln log on different
why.
direction. sorry. I'm sorry.
It's
What the
okay.
fuck? Oh, it's like
What
a
if I
bird
told
eating a
you
fish?
that was only the tip of the iceberg of the goofiness we're about to get into?
Jesus. Oh.
Well, you're glad you stopped and listened now? Yeah, I guess.
Oh, man.
Yo, Kiryu, I'm coming! And I haven't yet! Hurry the fuck up! Oh, that serious talk killed my buzz. Time for round 2. You have a good night, boy!
Oh, God.
Yeah, this game gets silly with it. You notice how you spent, like, 30,000?
We don't talk about Fight Club. Shut up.
Do we tell her about the Fight Club? Oh, we'll tell her when she gets there. Because, oh god.
But we're not supposed to talk about that.
Oh, you'll understand. You'll understand when you see it.
そいつ使えないね。
Oh. Oh.
Oh? Excuse me.
Nice. Oh, I'm asleep. Honk shoe, honk shoe. Stay classy, Kamurocho. Huh. Isn't that part of the draw? The town's a perfect fit for the newly minted rich playboys this economy's churning out. They come thirsty for booze and women. Kamurocho's got both in spades. And they leave with a stomach virus and a new STD. You start waxing poetic. You impressed?
西山くん。
Oh.
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 Yo, ladies. Who are they? College girl / hostages. Madoka-chan and Yu-chan. Wait, Madoka gets PTSD flashbacks. I've been rigging your pager, but you never call me back. When are you coming back to the club? Tonight. I'll drop by in a bit. You promise? What, you don't trust me?
Oh my god.
Well, I want to. Aw, don't be like that. Here, buy yourself something nice.
Man, where they got these guys at? I need one of
I
them.
trust you with my life. These two have got this down. Thanks, we'll see you later. When did you get so popular with the ladies, Nishiki?
Got another
Wait.
ad coming up.
Don't tell me you think I just let those two play me for 40. He just gave each of them like $200.
Where do I find a man like this?
Yeah. The guys higher up on the chain than us in the family, not very popular with the ladies. One look and anybody with eyes can tell they're Yakuza, and not the fun kind. Yeah, so? So, if you show up with a pack of girls every time the boss invites you drinking, they remember you. Half the time they give me cash on the spot. If you're in this business, you gotta claw your way up the ladder using any means possible, right? Yeah, maybe you've got a point. Alright, this is the place. Hope you're ready, because I'm not stopping till morning.
What is that supposed to mean? Woo!
Hope you got plenty of lube. Oh, it's a bar.
Oh, this is disappointing.
Boo!
Boo! We wanted titties.
It's
Boo!
already. You come here a lot?
Huh?
This makes twice. Why? You got a personal bottle here? I thought maybe you were a regular. Looks a lot cooler than sitting ordering beers, doesn't it? Helps the staff remember you, too. But mostly, I just can't stand being taken for a... Okay. Makes sense. You're a big, important man with a big, important image to uphold.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
damn.
big image.
Yeah, that's not all that's big, says Nishiki, unzips pants.
Yeah, another ad.
Part of a cheesy porno.
So, when do we get to the good stuff?
How to, actually. Because, remember I said this game had karaoke?
Oh, I love karaoke. I love karaoke.
It's its own mini game, and let me tell you, it's not just a rhythm sing-along.
Yum, 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 yum. Also, when am I doing more karaoke with Apple? What happened? We need to set something up.
Yeah.
Set something up.
No, not Damedene Watchdog. We need to do Judgment this time.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We'll do Damedene. You know that meme? Dame.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
Dame.
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, that's from Yakuza.
Oh.
It's one of the karaoke songs.
I got this peach nectarine drink. This is yummy.
Ooh, nice.
I like the sparkling ice. I do get tired of them, though, so I cycle things out.
Is another ad running?
It just ended.
Okay.
Going back in, folks. Buckle up.
But I guess you're just not the type, huh? To take this big honking dick. Yeah, I remember what we were talking about. I just entered this life chasing Cosmo-san. You and I were just a couple of orphans. He took us in. I'd do anything to repay him, but all I can give is my life.
I miss chewing gum. I should chew more gum.
Don't you understand, Kiryu? It's not your life he wants. It's your heart. I'm doing everything I can to make this a yaoi fanfiction.
Okay, who's the top and who's the bottom?
Ooh, that depends on the couple. If we're talking these two, Kiryu's the top. But if we're talking between Kazuma-san and Kiryu, oh, Kazuma-san is definitely the top.
But it's cotton candy gum. I was compelled to taste it. I just got it today. I didn't know they made cotton candy flavored gum.
That is a very basic flavor of gum.
I don't care. It's still better than the zebra gum.
Anyway, that's enough serious talk for one night. Let's get crazy on some karaoke. Come on, we're gonna get white woman wasted. Yeah, we're gonna act like someone's drunk aunt.
I'm a little surprised he's going along with it. Oh god, I am bad at rhythm games.
Where you press buttons shown on the screen in time with the song. Simply press the indicated button when the cursor reaches it.
But I'm bad at this.
Okay. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine.
Bad
Make sure to press the correct button at the right time. The better your timing, the more points you will get. If your timing is really off, it will not even count it as if you press the correct button. When someone else sings, you can support them with interjections. You can either choose simple or lively interjections. Simple interjections offer easier inputs, but you won't get more than 90 points. For a chance to score more, try lively interjections.
Oh my god. Ah.
That's it. You just use the four buttons there. Sing along with Y, B, X, and A. That's it. Judgment. Sing Judgment.
Fine. I mean, why do I care?
Here we go.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Why is the bartender clapping?
He's cheering you on. Rapid press.
Oh yeah, I completely wasn't paying attention to that. That was the wrong button.
Hold.
Whoops.
Pink is rapid press. Blue is hold. Justice the law breaks the will.
I'm sorry, guys.
Tenderness will
I
break
said
the will.
I don't remember the Xbox buttons very well.
Yeah.
So, like, I forget what they are.
Yeah.
I forget what they are. So, like, I will get buttons. I know what A is. But I will get
79's not bad.
I'll get X and B completely mixed up all the time.
That's fair.
Are y'all happy?
You did great. You did pretty good.
Okay.
Karaoke pose.
God. That was
Karaoke
just...
was a little mean.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's insulting. Jesus. What do I look like, a clown?
Too bad you don't have a clown nose asset.
Oh, I
never knew
could.
you took karaoke so seriously.
God.
Hey, you're the one who said get crazy. I was just trying to humor you. It's not
Oh,
like I liked it or
dude.
anything, Baka.
Baka!
Sure. You loved every minute of it. You sneak off and practice on the sly. You so do. Keep in mind, this is something you can do literally at any point in time.
Oh my god.
Okay, so no lie, when I was playing Yakuza Kiwami, I was like trying to find Kiryu's friend who was bleeding out, apparently, after being chased down by some of the other Yakuza. And like, oh, Trix? Is your head supposed to be popping off your model like that?
Girl, what are you doing? You need to chill, bitch.
Oh wait, is that a choker? Okay.
It's a choker.
Okay, I thought like, it looked
kinky.
weird for a second.
I'm just kinky like that. It's okay. It's
Okay.
okay.
Like, so I was chasing down a blood trail, and I was like, I'm coming, Shinji, I can help you. And they're like, oh wait, a bar, hold on, I'm gonna get a drink. And
Oh my god.
I get a drink, and it's like, ooh, they got takoyaki too. Okay, I'm gonna grab some of that. Okay, Shinji, I'm coming. I'm getting there. I'm getting, ooh, a club. Just stop in for a quick second and
you, a
chat up some
dog?
ladies.
そうか。つっても男のアイドルなんか俺も今勉強中だ。知ったかぶりしてなんとかやり過ごして。
Oh yeah, you see that bottle with the green highlight there at the top of the screen? Yeah, yeah, you can get drunk in this game.
Oh my gosh.
最近はマジで可愛い子が多いぞ。
Well, see, getting drunk isn't a bad thing. Sometimes, like,
案外ハマって俺より詳しくなるかもな。
sometimes there are like abilities that will make you stronger when you're drunk.
Oh, it's like some like drunken fighting.
Kinda, yes.
Okay.
6:50 a.m.
Dang, it's early.
Hey, come on, you barely touched that. I told you I wasn't hungry. So you buy me an extra large like an ass. Ah, quit whining. You gonna wuss out? At 11 p.m. last night, the body of a young male was found severely beaten in a quiet corner of Kamurocho. Police are investigating the case as a homicide.
Oh.
We have a breaking update. Authorities have released the victim's identity. The deceased was a resident of Tokyo. Tenshi Kurahara-san, age 32. Police say Kurahara-san carried debts from several loan companies. Questioning will begin with these leads. Kiryu, look. Huh? A murder in Kamurocho. It's hardly the first. Yeah, but, that guy look familiar, Kiryu? Kurahara-san's body was found here. That's the place. Wait, are you serious? It's not like I beat the guy to death, though. The lot is just a few steps removed from Kamurocho's busy, neon-lit streets. Nestled between the tall buildings, this old, scrupulous lot feels nothing but peaceful. The rare remaining pocket of undeveloped land is where Kurahara-san's body was found. It's him. That's the guy we beat the shit out of.
Yeah, but we definitely didn't kill him.
Yeah, no, he was still alive. Hold up, you're sure that's him? Yeah. The fuck were you thinking? It was just a collections job. Oh, that's bad. Who is it? HQ? Yeah, they're already calling me in.
You see, what had happened was... that didn't happen.
You think it's gotta be about what they were saying on the news, right? Yeah, no shit. This is bad. You're obviously screwed, but this also paints a giant target on Kazuma-san's back. Yeah, it kinda does. What? They're gonna use this to bring him down. How do you figure? Everybody in the Dojima family knows it was Kazuma-san who brought us in. That means our screw-up becomes his responsibility too.
Damn.
What? But this was my mistake. He had nothing to do with it. That's not how it works. Murder is a big deal. Everybody with an eye on his position is going to come this with everything they've got. 3 Dojima lieutenants for starters. Rumor has it, it's one of them that sold Kazuma-san out to the cops and got him pinched 6 months back.
Jesus.
The gambling hall he was running never stayed in the same place, but then they suddenly get hit with a raid. The only way that happens is if somebody with the family info squealed. The way I hear it told, it was one of the lieutenants that talked. Kuze. You really think Kuze sold Kazuma-san out to the cops? But you know Kuze's been on a power trip ever since the old man got locked up, and where there's smoke. By the way, I've got no choice but to call them back, right? Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, if you run, you look guilty.
Alright, you go. I'll see if I can get some advice. Thanks.
Well, shit.
Yeah, well, shit. We fucked up. We fucked up royal.
I guess he's just presuming that he did actually kill, like, maybe he left him alive, but he ended up dying afterwards.
Not exactly. You'll see. Find a payphone.
Where
the payphones are where you can save.
Where there's smoke, they pinch back. What does that mean? Where's the other way?
There it is. Better call the family office.
Alrighty. Death is doing a lot of the voice work, though.
Yeah. This
You're
is
being really
Kiryu.
quiet for someone streaming. I'm just like, yeah, well, Death is doing all the voices, so...
I mean, you're more than welcome to do some of the gruff man voices.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Snap the juice, Slim Jim. I mean, I don't know. I'm not good with masculine voices. Well,
Guess I better start by taking a taxi to the Dojima HQ.
where the hell do you get a taxi from?
Open up the map again.
Okay.
And go south. There you go. So yeah, just run down the street. Whoa. Other way.
Oh. Hi. I'm getting lost in the city. Really?
You aren't gonna help that guy?
Why would I help that guy? I don't know that man.
Help me. You wanna get bruised, boy?
Boy. Fine, I'll beat the crap out of some criminals.
I'll be doing the bruising, I think. You heard that, guys? Get it! Look at these guys. They're asking to get their shit kicked
They're
in.
asking for it, Dad. They're asking for it.
Oh, yeah.
Did they
Yeah, look at
ask
these assholes.
politely?
Yes, they said, please, sir, beat the shit out of us.
Yes?
I'm sorry, please don't hit us anymore. Thank you. I don't have much I can give you, but maybe you have a use for this. Got a slightly battered contact lenses.
Oh,
That's an equipable item.
thanks.
Yeah, plus you get money for beating up people. Did you not notice the money exploding out of people?
I mean, yeah,
Every time
but
you hit them?
that's not how money works.
That is how money works in Yakuza 0.
Should run down to the end of the street. I'm down at the end of the street now. I'm
No,
confused.
not all the way at the end. You want to go all the way to the end of the map.
Oh.
So, further down south. Remember, pink dot.
Kitties!
You like pink? Follow the pink.
But I like kitties.
Oh, no,
fuck
some
you,
hooligans are
asshole.
picking up fighting with you.
How you gonna interrupt my time with the kitty cats?
They're threatening the cats, Trix.
No, my kitties. Y'all want to know? Okay, let's talk about like who are you? Okay, what fictional character are you attracted to that normally would be considered unconventionally attractive? Oh, baby. Shut up, pink dot.
I can't think of any that would be unconventionally attractive.
Or like even just a character that. Oh, I guess this is a taxi.
Yeah, that's the taxi.
That like other people wouldn't be. They're like, dude, what's wrong with you?
I mean, I can't really think of a character like that, to be honest.
I got some.
Okay.
So like, I used to really fuck with Yu Yu Hakusho, and like,
Yeah.
I had like a mad big crush on Kuwabara
Okay.
because he protected the kitty cat. Do you remember that? You remember that? That happened in the show?
Yeah, I remember Kuwabara doing
Ah,
that. Because he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Like, that's what. And he's funny. And he a little goofy. And, like, nobody else is going to simp for him. So, you know what? He's all mine. So, yeah. So, like, it's just reason after reason that just made sense. You know. So, yeah.
Knock, knock.
Now, don't forget, we were simping over Withers.
Yeah. But, I mean, everybody
Papa
simps
Jerky.
over Withers.
Papa Jerky. I wonder if his name is a play on Werther's originals, because he's so fucking old.
Possibly. Finally. Kept us waiting long enough. We interrupting important business, eh, Kiryu?
Oh, yeah, you so...
Daisuke Kuze. I'm sorry for the delay, sir. We have the lieutenants of the Dojima family all lined up, taking time out to see you. I assume you know why.
Bum, bum,
Kenji
bum.
Shibisawa. This has to
It
do with the
wasn't
body
me.
they found in Kamurocho, wasn't
They
it?
caught you on the camera. It wasn't me.
So that was you. So much for getting in some golf today, eh, Kuze? Oh, Wano. Ah, this goofy fuck.
Ah.
We got a call from the loan shark you were collecting for. The loan shark? President of Toko Credit. That guy.
Sus. I knew he was sus.
You whacked the guy he asked you to handle, right? Of course, he was pretty empathetic that it wasn't his idea. I expected he was as surprised as anyone that a pro would screw up this badly over a measly 300 grand. He's a bottom-feeding leech, but I can sympathize. Well, none of that really matters. Whatever the reason, the issue now is how do we make it right for murdering a civilian. Now, just a minute, please. I didn't... Put your damn whimpering.
They don't
Let's
care.
relax, kid. May have been a civilian, but the guy was debt-ridden scum. 7-8 years eating the government's shit food, and you'll be out. You'd have me go to prison? That should square this murder business with the cops. That leaves the bigger problem. How we draw attention away from the venue.
Aw.
Exactly. You really fucked us with this kid. Oh?
But he didn't do it.
What do you mean, the venue? Don't be a dumb shit. The place you dumped the body. Come on, Kiryu. Of all the places in town to kill a guy, why do it there, huh? This wouldn't happen to be a case of Captain Kazuma pulling the strings, would it?
Oh.
What strings? And what's Kazuma-san got to do with any of this? Answer the goddamn question.
Wow. Someone salty.
Why'd you pick that lot? You telling me it wasn't the captain's orders, eh? And where did you get a piece? Did he give you that too?
Oh, we definitely didn't shoot the guy.
Yeah, no. Piece? What are you talking about? I don't have a gun. In this deep and still playing dumb?
Search him. Like, Jesus.
The body they found was beat to hell, but it was a bullet to the face that ended him.
Oh, you're working on your Twitch overlays. Oh, nice.
Really? And you're sure about this?
I was working on a little bit of the debut stuff earlier. Death got to see some sneaky peeks.
Yep. It looks pretty good, everybody. Get excited for it.
It's a sneaky peeks.
Yee. No matter what happened there, I didn't shoot him. So says the accused. What say we all? I think it's a load of shit, and you're trying to worm your way out of this. Who the fuck bothers to frame a nobody like you? Oh! Oh. Listen, Kiryu, I'm gonna ask you one more time. Why stir up trouble there, of all places? That's what the loan shark told me to do. He said he'd call the mark there so I could teach him a lesson and collect the cash. Wow, that sounds really fishy.
Mm-hmm, sus as hell.
Still, doesn't change the fact that one of our boys was involved in the killing. And that lot, on top of it all, is gonna have repercussions in the other project. What do you think, Kuze? Only one possible answer.
Sussy is fucky. Hiya.
Yep. Pat pat.
Feels like it doesn't matter if it wasn't him or not. They're gonna pin it on him anyway. It's just the easy thing to do, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what's happening. Look on your face says you totally lost. Yes, sir. Place they found your dead guy in. Complicated spot. The empty lot, they called it. You rank and file kids probably don't know. The boss gave a direct order to 3 of us Dojima lieutenants. He wants that empty lot by any means necessary. An empty lot? Pleasure District's packed so tight you couldn't fit a pin through it, save one hole. Your hole. Pull down those pants.
Strap in.
It's our job to make sure he gets it. Now that patch has become a murder scene.
Seems sus that they would want it. Yeah.
Kind of attention makes it a lot harder for us to make a move on the land. See our problem now, yeah? Well, what's that got to do with Kazuma-san? There's one other thing about that lot. Whoever delivers it to Dojima gets one hell of a prize for his trouble. Prize? Yeah, Kazuma's seat, now that he's gone. Next captain of the Dojima family.
Bum bum bum!
So that little scrap of land is a lot more than just an empty lot to us tenants. At first I figured this was Kazuma using you to try and make life harder for us. But judging by the look on your face, I get the feeling you had no idea. Hold on a minute though. You're fighting for Kazuma-san's seat? Where does that leave him? Beats me. He's not much of a captain if he's in prison now when the family really needs him. Not to mention the sweet little kid he raised went and knocked off a civilian.
Are you going at 10 tonight? Oh.
There's protocols for that.
Okay,
And besides, I didn't kill the guy. Okay, okay. Tell it to the cops, kid. Not that they're gonna make time to hear a Yakuza out. Turn yourself in by the end of today and leave your little finger behind. You're Yakuza. When you say your goodbyes to the boss, you gotta do it right.
Oh, so not only does he get to go to jail, he's being kicked out.
They're also telling him to cut off his pinky finger.
Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, we get an ad. Got an ad break. Let's take a breather. Let's decompress after what we just watched, what we just witnessed.
I think there's only one thing we can do now. Go sing karaoke!
Oh my god, Death. It's our last day on Earth. I mean, why not? How are we cutting our finger off, though? We just gonna get drunk and go for it? Or, like, do we have a friend who could, like, numb it for us? Like, because that would be ideal. You know? Have it removed professionally-ish. So that it doesn't hurt as bad.
You take a fucking dagger and you just chop it off.
No! That's gonna hurt! I like my little finger. It's my little friend. I don't want to hurt myself. Not about that life.
Well, that's what the Yakuza are about.
No! No! I mean, like, it could be worse. It could be, like, a whole hand, but still.
Yeah.
I don't want to just, like, cut it off with a dagger. I need some numbing ointment.
No.
Yes!
What do you think this is?
Nobody has to know, right? You just gotta give him a finger. Who needs to know?
This isn't baby time for babies.
Yeah, it is. I'm a baby. I'm a baby. This is how I would do it. I'd be like, here's your finger. You don't need to know how I got rid of it. Just know that it's here.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely need to know how you got rid of it.
No!
Because they need to watch you do it.
I don't want them to watch. That's creepy.
Well, they're gonna.
That's creepy. I don't want them. That makes me think they got some unspoken fetishes. That's over. Let's get back to it. Oh, God. At least it's my pinky and not my penis.
It looks like that loan shark set me up.
Yeah, no shit,
So,
bud.
what do you think Kiryu's gonna do?
Revenge! I don't know. Maybe he's gonna go have a little chat.
You think he's gonna do like a little Phoenix Wright investigation, you know, find out the reason behind the murder?
I told you they were gonna have a little chat.
Hey, boy.
No, not this guy again.
Oh, fuck! It's him again. And he's
You
with some
again.
homeless guy.
Yeah.
Oh, you're that old guy from last night. You know, it was for hours. It would probably go a lot faster if I wasn't drunk, but, well. Ugh, reek of booze. You're wasted. This whole town's one big bar. I was ready for drinking. We Kabuchi crew here have been at it all night.
Do you even sleep, bro?
I can tell you he didn't sleep.
Yeah, clearly.
Ugh, yeah, well, glad somebody's having a good morning.
Oh.
Anyways, I have to march to my death now.
Right.
You got a face more sour than a lemon, boy. What's wrong? I can't promise much, but I'm free to lead you by ear. While
Can I
I
have your
drink
finger?
and get titties shoved in my face.
Can we have your finger?
Yeah, hey, can I have your finger? And can you make it look like I chopped off my finger? You look drunk enough to survive that.
Right.
Sure. Which one? You want the index one? I kind of need that for holding beers.
Need the
But if it's
bait.
like the pinky, like, yeah, actually, it is the pinky that I need. Oh, sweet, I don't need that thing. It sucks.
Talking mad shit about the pinky. But it's just a baby, like me.
Yeah, so it doesn't serve any purpose.
I don't serve a purpose!
No, you serve a purpose. Entertaining us. Now dance. Well, alright. Anyway, I had a favor I wanted to ask you.
No time. We gotta go to jail.
Yeah? You mentioned you'd be looking for me. Yeah. Actually, wait. Sorry, but I don't have time for any of this right now. I'll see you later.
In like 8 years.
Yeah. Thanks, I just needed to talk to a couple guys. Be here real soon. They'll also be really great. You're not even listening. Why should I take care of your problems? It's a great question. So, they're real eager to talk to you two. Huh? Okay, speaker. Well, here they are now.
Oh.
Yo, you the one going around saying my dick is small?
Yes.
Think about it, they just came in and screamed that at
Why
you.
did they give this guy this voice? It's horrible.
Yeah. Yes, sir, my prized pupil. Wait till you hear this drunk's name.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
God.
pupil?
Oh.
The $1,000,000 loan I gave these two deadbeats is way past due. I need it back. And I ain't waiting much longer. Why tell me, wait, you don't expect me to pay, do you? That's if I gave you the other day's worth of at least that, no? Besides, the debt of the master or the debts of, you? Like hell they are. Why are you my master anyway? You're about to be the master of me kicking you in the face.
Bye, dude.
I really don't give a shit who you are. Just give me my money before the big gentleman behind me gets impatient.
I can take him.
You really can. And we're about to learn another one of Kiryu's styles.
Oh.
So this game features a unique beat-em-up system called style switching.
Okay.
Whereas Kiryu will switch between different styles. You can switch between different styles on the fly in the middle of a fight, depending on like which one you want to use in the situation.
Okay.
Currently we only have Kiryu's brawler style, which is the most balanced of them. It's very, it's quick, it's strong, and it's got a lot of good, like, counter moves. The style we're about to learn is called Rush.
Oh, I'm assuming faster.
Yep, fast, quick, light hits, and also very good at dodging.
Oh.
Bruno here, he's got a short fuse, especially for stubborn types. For your own sake, I'd pay up before I got hurt. Boss, am I supposed to punch you? No, you idiot! You punch him! Sorry, the brain thing and the squishy thinky thing inside my head doesn't work so well sometimes.
Just sometimes?
Well, I mean, probably all of the time, but, like, I don't know if the doctors can diagnose the things wrong with me. I think my mother dropped me on my head, let's see, what's the number past 17?
Damn, 18 times. That's a lot.
Well, no, it was more than that. I just can't remember any of the numbers past 17.
Oh, God.
What now?
You think Big Bruno there in a fight?
Couldn't say for sure. Doesn't really matter either way because you're not going to drag me into your problems.
That's right, you set them boundaries.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think he'd beat you, pussy? Pussy bitch? Oh, pussy bitch.
I didn't say that. Look, if you're trying to bait me, it's not gonna work. It's your debt, you handle it.
Yeah, that's a letdown. Can't have you getting spooked over a chump like him. He's a bargain bin muscle. Diamond dozen. Bottom of the bucket.
Then you fight him.
Uh-huh.
Bracket, what are you even talking about?
Huh?
Hey, what's with all the whispering, boys? Are you paying, or does this get ugly?
Well,
I mean,
you're
look in a
ugly.
mirror, it's already ugly.
You're ugly, sir.
Yeah. I told you, this has nothing to do with me.
Yes.
Okay, alright, I'll pay up. Wise choice. I feel terrible, just terrible for all the hassle I got. Tell you what, 2 million.
Hmm?
You wanna pay me double? Like I'm gonna buy that. You're drunk off your ass, old man. Ah, I got the money. Be happy to give it to you, even. One condition. Yeah, and what's that? You have your take back there, fight us for it. Evo eats all 3 of it. 2 million's yours. We win, and we don't owe you a thing.
Huh?
Yeah, you're not drunk, you're crazy. Bruno's famous around here for busting heads. All 3 of you could rush him at the same time and he'd snap you like twigs.
No.
Nah.
Nah, fighting's gotta be one-on-one, rules and all. 3 against 1 wouldn't be fair. Do you want to take him on solo? Well, hell. If you don't mind me taking the money off your corpse, I'm game. You got yourself a deal.
Deal.
It's just lovely. I'm telling you right now, I'm not bailing you out. If you don't get hurt, I'd start apologizing now.
No.
Okay, I'll go first then.
Good.
Hey, are you even listening? Are you sure you want to do this? You'll be fine, just a little workout. You just focus on keeping an eye on the action, boy. Watch Kimoji's moves. Seriously? And fight!
Alright.
Let's do this. Show me what you got. Dodge, dodge. Pop, pop, pop.
Man can handle his shit.
That's rad. This is how Kiryu learns all of his styles. He sees someone else do it, and he's like, "That's rad," and then mimics it.
That's not how fighting works.
Phew, I'm tired. Gotta remember to eat before I do this stuff.
Now he looks a bit older, so.
Yeah. Kimoji, was it? What were those moves just now? Actually, forget it. Are you okay? You shouldn't push yourself like that.
He changed his tune.
Yeah. Haha, he's fine, told you, didn't I? Big guy didn't land a single punch on him.
No.
Hey, you in the coat. Homeless dude. Bruno's barely got a scratch on him. You gonna try to finish the job with those weak-ass punches? Oh, no. Kimoji-kun, you should just run out. Calling around is your manager. The kid take it from here. You know what to do, don't you, boy? Yeah, alright. I meant it when I said I wouldn't bail you out, but watching him just put me in the mood for a quick round. Wow, Kiryu, way to be baited in exactly how I wanted you to be.
He's so weak, bro. He's so weak in, like, the worst ways.
Right then, on to the round 2 of the 2 million yen murder parade. Bruno, take him. Alright, Trix, kick his ass.
Oh, beat him up. Come here often, I'm gonna beat you up. Yeah.
You can switch to Rush by pressing... Yep, there you go. One advantage of the Rush style is you can evade with a series of quick steps by pressing A repeatedly. You can combo up to 3 of them together. Use this to avoid enemy attacks and wipe them out without taking any damage.
Yeah, I can't guarantee that, but okay.
Keep quick stepping. There you go. 3 more times. 2 more. There you go. Rush style, use the rush moves to crush Bruno and show him who's boss. When using the rush style, you can stun enemies by hitting them a certain number of times. Attacks on stunned enemies will knock them down without fail. So X attacks are effective against foes that are hard to knock down to the ground. There he goes. See?
Ow. Oh, I noticed the bar change color.
Yeah. That's because we changed styles.
Cool. So like it's
The col-
it's like a good way to remember what you're using.
yeah, which style you're currently in. And also, it set it at the corner of Kiryu's health bar.
Oh, okay.
What just happened? Bruno barely got a punch in. Just who the hell are you?
Ark is here. Hi, Ark. Don't forget to get
Hi,
your
Ark.
gemstone.
I'm still 4% more top than you, Arcanon.
I'm baby.
Yeah,
Sapphire,
Trix,
nice.
Trix is the truest bottom of all three of us.
I am the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm playing the Yakuza. I'm sorry you had to work tonight.
Yeah. No, it was 4% Arc.
0.4. You're still working. I'm so sorry. We miss you. I miss you, at least. I got some cotton candy gum too. It's good. It's good gum.
Name's Kiryu, Dojima family. What family are you guys with? Ooh. Technically, me and Arcanon are just both switches.
Yes, they are. I do have to ask now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Darmo, you're a top or a bottom?
Yeah. Top, bottom, or switch? Answer. Answer this very personal question we're
Right
asking
now.
you right now. Whoa, wait, you're a proper Yakuza? Sorry, sir, I didn't know. We just work for Toko Credit. Doesn't change the results, Arcanon.
They were weird. Do you read?
Well, that's a coincidence. I have business with your boss. Need to meet him as soon as possible. You know where he is right now?
Aw, Darmo's a switch too. A soft dom.
Yeah.
Aw, they're so sweet. I'm a pillow princess. I was like, what was it? Y'all remember? It was like 75% bottom, 25% top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The president, I figured he'd be at the office at this hour.
Mr. President.
I see. That's in the building on Toei
It was all
Boulevard East,
boring
right?
ass nonfiction.
Yeah.
I listed it in order of usefulness as well. So, like, fiction was obviously number one. And then everything after that was, like, how useful is this to me? And then, like, I kind of leveled it out by going over, like, which one could I tolerate more than the other? That's how I handled that question.
I wouldn't know anything about reading. I'm too busy getting all these bitches.
What? What? What bitches? Where are these bitches at? Why haven't I met them yet? I'm your friend. I need to meet these bitches. I gotta make sure they're good for you.
No, they're definitely bad for me.
Are they cigarettes? Don't smoke, Death. That's naughty. It's just your dogs.
I don't have any dogs. I'm too irresponsible for pets.
You don't have any pets?
I'm too fucking irresponsible to take care of pets. Are you kidding? Do you want those poor animals to die?
Darmo's reading books so he can pick up some freaky book talk ladies. That's how you do it right there.
Fair strategy. Yeah, it's a tough world, I tell ya. Maybe if I just paid my fucking debt,
Right.
I wouldn't have any of these troubles. Oh well.
Kind of wonder why he just didn't pay them back.
Yeah, he said he had $2 million to
Right,
just give
just
them.
pay them back. Like,
Yeah, why didn't you just pay them?
be an honorable man.
Yeah.
Oh?
Oh? Oh?
Oh?
Oh man, I haven't felt that feeling in my pants in a long time. Who are you? Why approach me? What are you after?
Yeah, this man's sus as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yes,
What?
well, people here call me Bacchus.
Are you kidding me?
I'm
He's not a literal god, is he? I swear to Christ.
No. There's... Well, I mean, in some instances, there are, like, certain things that happen that are slightly paranormal. But, like, never outside of the... Never, like, in the realm of, like, I am a literal god from another dimension.
This man is weird
Like,
as
never
shit,
anything
though.
that out there.
This man really is fucking weird, though. Paying money means having less money. I know that. I know that struggle too well.
Yeah, nice of you to dump him onto me. Look, if you're in some trouble, tell me. Maybe I can help. And that goes for him, too. Those weren't the moves of an amateur. What's his deal? A real steal of a deal is what he is. He's got a gig sweeter than honey. Real fascinating to watch. You should go have a look too, boy. Stop calling me that. But he's hopeless, right?
Boy!
Well, that's kind of a... Wow, that's kind of a judgmental statement, Kiryu.
Mm-hmm.
You took one look at the guy and was like, yeah, that guy's definitely homeless.
Right, how do you know he's homeless? Maybe he just
kind of-
dresses a little scruffy, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, what kind of work does he do?
You don't know nothing.
He's whatchamacallit, a fisting artist.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh no!
Oh.
I mean, it is the
Oh,
red
no.
light district.
yeah, I
Yo.
guess so.
No, not the fisting artist. I can't.
You should have seen him the other day.
Oh,
He
God.
used this businessman as a fucking puppet. I was like I was watching Sesame Street, but with 6 things.
Fisting is an art. Oh my god.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all just better be using plenty of lube, okay?
Yeah. Whoa, that's not really my scene. Are you sure I hear you? Don't knock until you try it. That ain't it. It's Punch-Out Artist.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
see?
doesn't sound better than Fisting Artist.
If puppetry is considering an art, then so is fisting. Art, honestly, though, that's pretty logical.
Alright, so what's a Punch-Out Artist? Well, I pay women to punch me in the junk until I pass out. The customer pays me. I don't think I follow. The same... Oh god, I forgot that was in there.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
He's just like, yes, it is. Is this a bad time to tell you that one of the first side quests we come across involves a dominatrix?
Oh, I can't breathe. Ooh. Oh. Oh, she
No,
looking for
nothing
an
like that.
assistant?
Come on by and watch if you got some questions. I work you do it in the parking lot? Oh! Man! Shit, he's into some real kinky shit!
Man,
Kick
public
yourself
indecency.
if you don't check it out, much like Kamaki does!
Oh, God.
And that lady in the butterfly mask that crushes balls
Oh, fuck
with
me.
heels. Here you son from the. I'll be waiting. See you soon, buddy, for a good old-fashioned family fisting. I'll use both hands.
Oh, God.
Well, I can't share my troubles for today. I suppose I still can't convince you to take on the world.
Who the fuck you think we are, Superman? God.
Yeah, Jesus, the world? What does that even mean? Are you still trying to recruit me into pro fighting or whatever it was?
Oh, man.
That's exactly what it was. You got potential most men can't even dream about. World champ title could be all yours. Actually, I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm not some starry-eyed kid who'd fall for that line. If you're looking to scout somebody, keep looking. Tell you one thing, boy. You keep living street fighting to street fighting, you'll wind up with a knife between your ribs in some dark alley. No way to go out.
Don't worry, we're gonna go to jail. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we gotta go to jail. You belong in the light, the spotlight, and I can get you under all the brightest ones. What do you say? You and me versus the world. I am about to be a felon.
Right.
Oh no. Well, shit. Then screw that, then. In prison, don't be anyone's bitch. And whatever you do, don't pick up the soap. I made that mistake once. My butthole was never the same.
I wonder if that's what got him into fisting.
Probably.
I don't know. Don't drop the soap.
I get it. I'll give up for now.
Don't drop the soap. Don't bang yourself over. Sorry.
Yeah. Don't drop the soap. No. No, don't drop the soap. Kiryu, when you go to prison, just make sure you don't drop the soap.
Oh boy.
That doesn't mean I'm giving up for good. You got room to grow like a tree. I'll keep pushing you along the way. I'm coming for that butt.
Squiggly Swoody is coming for your booty.
He got skills as a trader. That much I believe. But I'm really not in a position to be worrying about any but myself right now. Sorry, but hey, maybe I'll see you around.
I'm just gonna go to prison just for a little bit.
Alright, my boy, just steer clear of dark alleys till then, you hear me? No knives in those ribs. Or bullets, for that matter. Are you trying to jinx me? See you later, Bacchus. Whoa! Where's the titty bar? Apparently the Togo president is in his office on Toei Boulevard East. I'll start there. Alright.
Like,
I think now the whole map is opened up to you. Check the map again. See that there's no, like, X's on there? Yeah, just go ahead and zoom out. Yeah. Yeah, whole map's open. Alright, Trix.
No X's! I don't want to run into any of them anyway.
You can explore.
I can explore, but there's karaoke.
You can't go, well... No, yeah, no, you can't go into that building, I think.
Why not? Look at it.
Not
Right,
that one.
it's right
It's
there.
the one behind it. Oh wait, no, there it is. Actually, yeah, that's a restaurant there you can go into.
You can eat food?
Yeah, eat food. Eat food, Trix.
いらっしゃいませ
Hello, welcome to Yoronotake. Sway, please.
Eat some food?
Please take a look at our drink menu first.
Oh!
Alright, what are you gonna get to drink?
That sounds really yummy, actually.
Mm-hmm. And what will you be having to eat?
Whoa. There's so much stuff.
And you can order multiple things. On the D-pad, if you want to order something, just press right to add it to your order.
Oh?
Oh, Oh, okay. So if your HP is full, you can't eat anything.
Oh.
So you can just get the drink.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It looked really yummy, actually.
I hope you enjoy your meal, sir. We're looking forward to serving you again.
All right.
Even though we didn't really do that time.
Oh my god, I'll hydrate! Jeez! I don't have anything grape. All I have is peach. I hope that's satisfactory.
What does that sound like from your hydrate? It sounds like
well... I actually stole it from, fuck. I forgot her name.
It sounds like Nanners.
It might be. It's a clip from another VTuber.
Good girl.
Astaroth's always giving me whiplash. He tells me to hydrate, he tells me to stretch, he'll give me head pads, and then he'll, like, throw shit at me.
Yep.
These mods keeping me on my toes.
Yeah, they gotta spend all them channel points.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, what else are you gonna do with them, right?
Yeah.
It could be your ultimate cosplay waifu, but, you know. Maybe you don't care about that. Am I still saying it wrong? No way. I'm phonetically sounding it out. You're lying to me. There's no way. Are you saying I'm saying his name wrong?
Is it Astaroth or Astaroth?
Yeah, I've been calling him Astaroth. Is that wrong? Planets are cool though. In my defense, planets are really fucking cool.
Yeah, she has been calling you Astaroth.
I've been good. I made an effort. No! I did it one time. And now you saying I do it all the time. No.
But yeah, feel free to look around, explore.
There's a
So
lot
side
of fucking
quests
trash
are
here.
not marked on the map
Okay.
unless you have a specific thing equipped. So you kind of have to be on the lookout for anybody like saying something, like any black text boxes to pop up, because it might be someone with a side quest.
Bro, that smiley face is sus as hell.
It's watching you.
Right? It'd be really creepy if, like, the eyes followed you. But I know it ain't that kind of game, so. What is up with all the garbage here?
Like I said, this is the red light district.
I mean, yeah, but they got garbage men, right? Jesus.
Yeah, but they're also large businesses. And they've pretty much packed all the buildings together, so there's no places anywhere for, like, dumpsters and shit.
Yeah, but you'd think there would at least be, like, a local person who, like, picked all the trash up, took it to one location, loaded it up, and hauled it off.
What garbage truck could get through here?
No, like, not a truck, but, like, one of those itty-bitty things. Like a
cart?
Yeah, like, kind of like a cart or something. It has to go somewhere.
I imagine they do, but at the same time, like...
Oh.
Who wants to pick up all of it?
I mean, if you're getting paid well enough.
Oh, here we go.
I'm getting fight.
Yep, bunch of thugs. Remember, you can switch between the styles whenever you want.
Okay.
Left is rush, and up is brawler.
Alright. It's all your fault. It's all your fault.
That's not it. If you're looking for where the pink dot is, it's the one next door.
Oh. Okay.
Stoco credit. This is where I don't know what they're up to. Better go in prepared.
Am I prepared?
I mean, do you have any healing items?
No.
You're gonna have to fight a lot of dudes.
No, I ain't got shit.
Okay, check out your map for a sec.
Alright. A Kappa!
Oh, actually,
a baby!
right in front of where we need to go.
There's a baby!
Yeah,
There's
go
just
into
a
the
baby.
drugstore, pick up some energy drinks.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome, how can I help you?
This is a very small business. Oh man, you weren't kidding.
Yeah. So the Stamina X, Double X, and Royale will heal both HP and heat.
Mm-hmm.
Terrainer will increase your heat, and then the Toughness is the one that heals just HP.
Oh, okay.
So I'd recommend picking up at your current level 10 Toughness Z's. There you go.
ありがとうございました。
Bam.
Oh, the little panda. Look at all these little fucking details, man. The poster.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what a common drugstore looked like in the 80s in Japan.
I'm
They modeled Kamurocho after an actual red light district in Tokyo.
I fucking love the Kappa. Like, for real, for real. What are these?
Now you're ready. If
Vending
you want to
machines?
go check out the main story, or if you want to search around some more, that's up to you.
I'm pretty indifferent right now. What is your recommendation? I'm doing this for you, Dad.
Side stories don't really open up until we take care of the Toho credit boss thing.
So we should do this first, and then we can play around?
Yeah, and then search around the city.
Okay. Alright.
Oh, and keep in mind, in the middle of a fight, if your HP gets low, you can just pause it and chug an energy drink.
Oh, that's nice. I do like that.
Yeah. And that's in all modes, by the way.
Nice.
So, like,
Oh
a common
my god!
strategy...
Check your mail!
Yeah. Looks like you've been expecting me. Yeah, this is what I was talking about before. Like, do you think Kiryu does a little Phoenix Wright investigation, tries to figure out what the Loan Shark's angle is?
Man's ass.
No, he, like, goes into the Loan Shark's building, he's like, where the fuck's the president? And starts beating the shit out of everyone. You alone against all of us?
Yeah.
This is gonna, that statement is gonna look fucking silly as hell later when Kiryu is beating the shit out of 100 dudes at once.
Mm-hmm.
By the by, I'm not exaggerating. That is a thing that happens later in the story.
Ow.
Oh, also, you can use your money in the middle of a fight to level up as well. Like, there's no limit to how much you can cheese this game.
That's fun.
I'll take the elevator.
So weird seeing baby Kiryu compared to the most recent games. Oh,
yeah, because he's like gray-haired. He's basically in his 60s at that point. But like old Kiryu, I'd say he's just as strong as young Kiryu here. Like he can still do shit like that. He's got that old man strength. Good job.
Just a baby. I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. That's
And then
right.
Kiryu kicks open the door and he's like,
You said there were gonna be a lot of guys. There wasn't a lot of guys.
I remember that fight being... Maybe it's because you're in easy mode. I normally play in normal mode. It's you and me now, Mr. President. Now we can talk without any interruptions. Talk? About what?
Man is literally holding a gun in his hands. He did.
Why did you set me up? What are you after? Kiryu doesn't give a fuck. Hey, stay where you are. Fine, I'll tell you everything. Just calm down a minute, okay?
You a little bitch. Hi, Ashy. Aw, hey, honey. You're also just a baby.
I don't know anything about any setup. I just did what I was told. He said I should have you collect some cash there in the back lot. And who was it that told you that? It was... Oh, hey, look, it's Kuze. Kuze, sir. No way. It was you? Oh, it's deeper, Kiryu. What's this? What are you talking about, Mr. President? No idea. Kiryu, what are you doing, huh? Pretty sure I told you to turn yourself in. Instead, you're over here doing dumb shit. Damn. I knew I was getting soft. Back in the day, one punch was enough to straighten out little shits like you. Mr. President, think I could get a little privacy? Gotta give my boy here a little lecture.
Raggy?
Sure, I'll just leave you guys in my office.
You were
piss
so
myself
cool in the opening cutscene, but you're such a little bitch right now.
Yeah.
That was a little funny.
Here.
You're gonna
First he
need this.
punches us in the gut, and then he's like, "Here, want to smoke?"
He's
I
got
didn't even
like,
leave it lit it for us.
I'm pretty sure that was a little bit of an act for the other guy.
Probably. That's the good stuff.
It's gonna soften the blow.
Yeah, kinda. I'm glad we have this opportunity. I wanted to have a chat with you. No bullshit. You and Nishikiyama, you're orphans, right? Grew up in Cosmo's joint, Sunflower Orphanage, wasn't it?
Like, and? Yeah, and?
There's no shame in being an orphan. It's rare when Yakuza come from a normal family.
Get to the
Still.
point.
That Cosmo's a cruel son of a bitch. What do you mean by that? Takes in these kids, then he owns them for life. He's got you and your boy Nishikiyama acting like human shields for him. You'd be willing to give your life for him, wouldn't you? That's some brainwashing kind of shit right there.
Oh, like the thing you're trying to do right now?
And the point is, sir? I'm not seeing what you're
Right,
where
that's
you're
what I'm
going
saying.
with
Get
all
to the
this.
fucking point, bro.
Kiryu, I want you to spy on Cosmo for me.
Nani?
What? I told you about the empty lot, right? I get the land, and I'm the next captain. Next in line to lead the Dojima family.
Oh.
But there's one piece of information I need in order to get it, and Cosmo's sitting on it.
What does that even mean?
Information. Yeah. And I want you to get it out of him. I doubt he'd ever think to suspect you. Pull this off, and I'll personally guarantee your future in the family.
I should take a shower tonight. Don't mind me. My anxiety brain is doing things
Yeah.
in preparation for tomorrow.
Dojo clan's 25,000 men deep, and the Dojima family is one of the major players in it. Yeah, I know. Making the upper ranks here is no small account.
Why'd you have
As
to
a bonus,
say it like that?
I'll give you the guy who actually murdered that guy in the empty lot. So it was you who set me up.
Yeah, but I'm doing it to blackmail you into doing this other thing for me.
Maybe not. But you can be damn sure you're serving time if you turn this offer down.
Uh-huh. You talk about brainwashing, you fucking manipulating little shit.
Join me or go down with Kazuma's ship. Choice is yours. But I want your answer right now. Right here.
Do I have to choose? I don't want to choose.
No, you don't.
Oh,
Kiryu's not one to be a little bitch. Lieutenant Kuze, yeah? You think you're smart enough to control the board, but you're too clumsy to hold the pieces. Ooh. What? You don't know a thing about me. You sure as hell don't know Kazuma-san.
Talking schmack.
Fuck you, little shit. You're gonna make an enemy of me? You think you're ready for what that entails?
Man, ain't nobody gonna care about your ass when they find out you're trying to throw everyone under the bus.
I'm ready. If I weren't, I'd have no business calling myself a Yakuza.
So now what?
Hell fucking yeah. Shit, Kuze. That's my beeper.
Beep, beep, beep. That's what it sounded like in your house just a little bit ago.
Yep. Yeah, my fire alarm went off because of my fucking air fryer.
Don't let him lie to you. He burned his french fries.
That's not a number I recognize. Who is it?
I don't recognize any of these numbers because I've never
I
owned
don't
a beeper.
recognize the number. It's not his number, but that's got to be Nishiki calling. I'll find a phone and call him back.
Gotta go find another payphone.
Yep, find a payphone.
Find a payphone.
Which, yeah, you're locked into running towards the nearest payphone, which is the other way.
Sorry. Jesus. Move, people. Move, bitch.
Move,
Get
out
out
of
the
our way.
way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Kind of miss payphones because, like, it's so much easier to, like, track people now.
Yeah.
Back then, it was a little easier to be incognito.
Yeah, it kind of was, actually.
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. Yeah, I figure I was trying to get a hold of me. Where are you? Kazuma family office. On Tamichi Street. Kazuma's office. What are you doing there? I'm talking with Kashiwagi-san right now. I think he might be able to give us some advice. He's Kazuma-san's right hand, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there were some complications.
Shit is
I'll
never
tell
that
you when I
easy.
see you. Okay, I'll stay with Kashiwagi-san at the Kazuma office. I think you need to hear what Kashiwagi-san has to say. Have you heard about the empty lot? Yeah, we were told all about it.
Best spot in the
I guess
lot.
nothing gets past Kashiwagi-san.
Mm.
I'll be there in a bit. Prepare those sweet lips, Nishiki.
Jesus. He's still going.
I am. This is gonna be the whole playthrough, I hope you know.
No.
Okay. Now we should be free to look around the city and maybe possibly find some side
But I'm
quests.
supposed to go as fast as possible. You said come quickly and just fuck
That's
off.
up to you.
I'm just fucked now. Fuck you. I show up when I damn well want to.
Yeah.
Ain't mean to this lady.
Yeah, they are. They're claiming that she broke his shoulder by bumping into him.
Yeah, no.
So they can, you know, get sex favors from her.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
Yeah, no, punch him in the face a lot.
Punch him in the face a lot.
We see Kiryu using the only language he knows, violence.
Violence.
Oh hey, you got 1,000,000 yen.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, sir, I won't bother you. Phew, thanks. Here, this is for your help. You got a slightly battered binding.
Thanks.
Also an equipable item. Oh, you do want to go to the temple.
Okay.
It's actually that yellow building that you're standing behind. You just gotta go around the corner. No, you're going in the right way.
Oh.
You're going in the right direction.
There's a big building here.
Around the corner there. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, no, keep going in that direction.
This one?
Yeah, keep going in that direction. Yes. And then turn left. No. Too far.
People just run up to you in the streets? Really?
Pretty much.
This isn't America!
Nice.
What? Not you. Turn around, ding dong.
There you go. There he goes. Okay.
Bro, they started like cowering, and I was like, "What? Where are they?" They started blending in with everybody else.
Okay. Turn right. Yeah, around that corner. Not up the stairs there. No. Just around the corner there. Okay. Left.
Stairs.
Talk to the dude in clown makeup.
What in the hell?
It's me, Bob Utumusia Zero. Guess what I have for you?
Restraining order?
No, he has gifts.
Ugh, I'm uncomfortable. Does it matter?
Yeah. No, you want to take them all actually.
Oh, you take them off.
Yeah. You got the Dragon of Dojima gift. You got a modified model gun. You got a Master Ball. You got a Sharong. You got a Stone of Enduring.
Clown!
Yes. Okay, talk to it. There's more you can get from him.
Oh my jeez.
Yeah, you've got 3 other packs you can get from him.
Holy crap.
The Kamurocho Fun Pack.
Oh my jeez.
You got the Dragon Tattoo outfit.
Pix said he's the best recurring character. You're just
Yeah, he really
biased.
is. You got one of the best healing items in the game. You got a second best and a best healing item in the game. A gold plate. Hey, talk to him again. Yeah, he gives you free stuff.
Why?
Just because. You got the Judgment outfit. You got an extra balanced motor. You got the extra slim tires. You got the boosted gears. You got the Speed Frame Plus. And the side stabilizer. You got a stun gun.
Oh.
You got a photon blade prototype.
I'll take that.
You got a sacrifice stone.
Excuse me? This guy is going from like one extreme to the other.
Yeah. Okay, I think you got at least one more.
Yeah.
Kamurocho Fun Pack 2. Oh, wait, no, you got 2 more, actually.
Oh my god.
You got the producer outfit. You got a big festival fan. You got a Toughness Emperor. You got a Terrainer Plus. A Stamina Royale. A Platinum Plate.
So confused. Bob,
And then
why?
one more fun pack for Kiryu. Then we've got 4 more to pick up as Majima. You got the Lord of the Night outfit. You got a Godspeed motor. You got Super Slim. You got the guy that is Speed Gears Plus.
They're
You got the
rainbow.
rocket frame. You got a Marine cannon. That's a Marlin. You cut a diamond plate.
I don't know what's happening.
And now check the CP exchange. You exchange CP at the shrine.
Child porn? That's not appropriate. That's
No,
very inappropriate.
no, it's completion points. So you've got 3 types of completion points: adventure, battle, and business.
Business. Are you about business?
That's adventure. The middle tab is battle. And the right tab is business.
Okay.
Dash for longer and recover your stamina more quickly. The first one in battle also, I believe, is gather more money from enemies. Okay. So that's up to you. You see it up in the top right corner there.
I only have the 2.
Yeah. You currently have 2 CP points. So you can only really choose one of the 2 starter ones in adventure or battle. And to unlock the next ones in the list, you need to unlock the previous one.
Okay. Good to know. So
you need to get the cheaper stuff first.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so with those platinum plates,
right.
Go out to the street there. We're gonna go sell those. Turn down that way. And turn right. Keep going. Keep going.
Sorry.
Keep going. And right. Walk almost to the end of the alley.
God, people get out of the way.
That's it, right there.
Right here?
Yes. Enter that building.
Enter in the building. Is this a pawn shop?
Yes, it is.
Look at all these fake designer bags. I'm assuming we're selling the plates.
Yes, you want to sell the items.
Do they not really do anything else?
No, the plates really don't do anything. You can just sell them for money.
Jesus Christ!
Yup.
Why? Why so much money?
It's the bubble era. They're worth tons.
Oh my god.
And you earned 20 million yen and 50 million yen.
I'm rich.
Congratulations. And 100 million yen. You just got 3 more completion points.
I am so rich right now, guys. What should we buy with our big bucks?
Probably more skills with your styles. Because remember, Kiryu eats money.
No, I don't like that. I want to spend it on designer clothes. Be cute.
Unfortunately, that is not an option. At least right now. Not until we unlock Majima's
This man can't get a different
minigame.
color suit at least? Jesus.
No.
What the hell?
Okay, I will tell you this. You do get to play dress up when you unlock Majima's business minigame.
Oh my god. I want to be
So-
a pretty princess.
That's something to look forward to.
We got an upcoming ad break, which is good timing because I'm going to take my pill. Yeah. I'm going to report in on this gum. The flavor is gone, but the consistency is still okay.
Okay.
It hasn't dissolved into moosh. Y'all ever be chewing on a piece of gum so long that it just, like, disintegrates into its, like, most basic particles?
Nice.
I have done that many a time. I used to chew gum all the time. I used to chew gum at work. That would help. So should I go back to the shrine?
I mean, you can, if you want to unlock something else with the completion points you have.
I kind of want the money thing, but I need 3 more to get that, so I'm gonna hold on to them for now.
You literally just got 3.
Yep, no, I need 6 in total.
Oh, I think that was for the business.
Are you sure?
If you're trying to get more money for battle, I think that was just 2 points.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty positive.
Okay. Am I going back the right direction?
No, you're going in the wrong direction.
Of course I am.
You'll learn Kamurocho's layout eventually.
How
It's
long's
not
this
that big.
lot?
No.
Whose lot is that?
No idea, but it's not important. Oh. Okay. Nope. Other way. There you go. Keep going, and...
I see it on the map now.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude.
Oh, by the way, do you know how much the empty lot is worth?
No.
It's worth 10 million yen.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
What is such a big fucking deal about this thing? I told you it was 6, boy!
Really?
Yay!
Man, I thought it was 3. I guess I must be tripping.
Boy! It was the business ones that were 3.
That's weird. I could have... Oh, fuck. My eyes are going. Alright, so... Now, it's up to you what you want to do. Explore the city, main story.
Say it's up to me.
Yeah, because it is. Do whatever.
I'm gonna beat these guys up. I'm gonna beat you up.
Punch him in the face. There you go.
Here, you little bitch. You little bitch boy. You little bitch boy, aren't you? That's right. Call me daddy.
Jesus.
And with that, I'm not sorry.
Daddy! Oh, God.
I'm sorry, daddy. It won't happen again.
And you've got a lot of healing items in your inventory now as well.
I fuck with that, because, like, I would die otherwise.
Say his name and he
Joe
appears.
Hendry, really?
I believe in Joe
You guys
Hendry.
know Joe Hendry.
I believe in Joe Hendry. 'Cause I love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
He's got superhuman strength. I mean, he really does. I've seen this man pick up a motorcycle. Oh, and
What?
also something to know, the buildings marked purple, that's where there are mini games such as arcades or bowling or karaoke and stuff like that.
I see.
Yeah. So, you know, just a suggestion. You can always check the map for anything, like just look around what's in your area.
Is that a turtle?
Yeah, it looks like.
I think it's a turtle. Now, you
Might be
say
a place that
there's-
serves turtle soup or something like that.
Oh no. Now you say there's not enough room for garbage trucks, but they got cars out here.
Yeah, they've got cars, not fucking semi-trucks.
It doesn't need to be that big. It just needs to be... Even if they gotta make a couple of, you know, stops, different rounds.
Also, do you see the amount of foot traffic in here?
No. I live in the city. I live in the city. I've been to Philly.
Japanese streets aren't the same as American streets. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Eat a dick, dude.
Oh, like, anything with, like, that little blue triangle over it, you can pick it up. But you kind of have to come to a standstill. Yeah, beat his ass with a bike. Sorry to the person who owned that bike.
I hope you got insurance.
Oh no, it just reappeared. Okay, anyways.
Man, where'd you get your dress? It's cute. There's a cute. That just
That's
straight
an
up
arcade.
says Sega.
That's an arcade you can go inside of.
It's just straight up Sega.
Yeah.
Where's the door?
Oh, is it not letting you go inside? Like, cause you can. You absolutely can.
It
But
said
I guess the
no.
game isn't letting you.
Does that mean that everything else is probably gonna say no to?
I'm not sure. I usually rush through this beginning game part. Through, like, the first chapter.
You don't know nothing. I trusted you.
Like I said, I usually rush through the first chapter.
Why you rush? You gotta learn how to savor things.
Because I want to get to the good stuff.
This is good. What are you talking about?
I want to get to the silly stuff, though.
I am not far enough over. You only care about the silly stuff. Why is there watermelon in that ramen?
Because sometimes ramen is served with cold watermelon.
I've never heard of that before. This is news to me.
You've never heard of a dish that's both savory and sweet?
Well, yes, but not. I've never seen watermelon in ramen. That one's new to me.
I never wanted to make trouble for you like this.
Oh, dude! How good is this
sir?
ramen?
I'm sorry?
Okay.
I'm glad you're okay. Nishikiyami filled me in to the point where HQ called you in.
Made salsa replacing tomatoes with watermelon? What?
Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Nice color, nice consistency, a nice sort of spicy and sweet flavor. That
What?
actually sounds amazing. I got a pretty good guess what happened after that, too. Did Kuze approach you, asking you to sell out Kazuma?
Yep.
Yeah, he did. Wait, what's going on?
This poor man. He doesn't know.
The man who Kiryu allegedly killed in the empty lot was shot to death. Of course, I don't need to tell you he wouldn't do that. Which means somebody framed him.
Dun dun dun!
Holy shit, that's a relief. Couldn't have told me that sooner, sir? The whole time I was thinking my brother actually offed a guy.
Well, we
Nishiki.
trust you too, bud.
This isn't good, Kiryu. Tell me everything Kuze said from the beginning.
Damn.
I see. So the three lieutenants are all jockeying for Kazuma's place. While he's out of the picture in prison. That's crazy. Nobody but Cosmo-san could hack it as Dojima's captain. Calm down, Nishiki. Back to the empty lot Kuze mentioned. You boys are only just hearing about it, right? Yes, sir.
You don't know shit.
Takawagi-san, do you know more about it? Yes. There's a big redevelopment project in the works, including a chunk of Kamurocho. Dojima's had those three racing against each other to clear out all the tenants and all the other properties. I did hear about that. They've been buying up land and building things owned by a bunch of different people to bundle it all together and resell it for major profit, right? Right. But amid all that, there's one tiny patch of land that nobody can get their hands on.
Paradise.
And that's the empty lot? Yeah.
Why?
They only recently figured it out, though. They bought up 80% of the neighborhood before they found it. And it's sitting in the dead center of the redevelopment area. If they can't get that plot, then there's no way they can sell any of what they've already bought.
It's all or none.
That's a hell of a snag. And you say nobody's managed to make a move on that lot yet? The owner's gone missing.
How
If they turned up now, the price I'm being heard thrown around is it's 1 billion, actually.
Oh.
A billion? Billion yen for that tiny lot? Sure. That tiny lot could sink the whole redevelopment project, and Dojima's already sunk 10 billion plus into buying up the area. They can't go back now, even if it means coughing up 1 billion yen for that tiny spit of land. Kuze said that Kazuma-san had some key piece of info they needed in order to get the land. What's it that Kazuma-san knows? I couldn't say. That's the first I've heard of it.
I bet he knows the Muffin Man.
Possibly. But you figure it's gotta have something to do with the missing owner, right? Well, whatever it is, Kuze set Kiryu up to force him to get that info out of Kazuma. Right. At the cost of somebody's life. Kiryu, act like you're guilty about that. You just literally beat the shit out of the man before he died. They made Kiryu out to have murdered a civilian, and they could demand accountability from Kazuma. And that's only the beginning. Watch Kuze get the empty lot and become Dojima's captain. He'll drive Kuze out of the family entirely. Drive him out? No way. You really think they could get him expelled? They'd find a way, and with Kazuma in prison, he can't stop them.
Oh, he got a fancy mustache.
Kazuma-san expelled. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happens to Yakuza after they've been cut loose. Getting kicked to the curb after having climbed all the way to the top, most men don't survive that humiliation. Ex-Yakuza is a common phrase in the obituary for homeless suicides. But Kiryu didn't actually kill anybody.
They don't care.
If we can prove he's innocent, then we'll use that to get... The only way to prove that is to catch the guy who did it.
Damn, I didn't know this was a murder mystery.
Right, but whoever it is, he's in Kuze's pocket. We can't make a move against the Dojima lieutenant. Pick a fight with the brass in our world and you're finished. But if we don't do something, Kiryu will get thrown in jail. If we act, it hurts Kazuma's standing anymore. One wrong move from us, and they'll have their reason to expel him. So what then? What do we do?
Sit on your hands.
Kashiwagi-san, My innocence and the empty lot can both wait. What matters most to me right now is protecting Kazuma-san, and that's what I'm going to do. You have a plan? Yes, sir. I let this happen. I'll take responsibility for it alone.
But you didn't know. You didn't know.
There's only one way to keep this from coming back around to Kazuma-san.
I'm gonna have to go over to Darmo's house for some food.
Take responsibility alone. Just what are you planning, Kiryu? I'll leave the Dojima family, effective today. Terminate my oath and retire from the Yakuza.
You gonna bring me some snacky? You gonna bring me some watermelon salsa? I mean, it's weird, but I'd try.
Are you serious? I'm taking care of this one myself. Once I'm out, I'll put pressure on Kuze to get him to hand over the killer. Are you insane? You think the leaded Yakuza, only 3 years deep into his oath, leave in one piece? Worst case, they'll kill you, man! Hurts to say it, but Kuze's holding the Dojima family reins right now. You think you can turn him down and then walk away alive? I'm not going to ask Kuze. I'm going straight to Dojima. Besides, We don't know, they'll kill me for sure. Get your car, Nishiki. I'm going to the family headquarters.
Dun dun dun!
Like hell you are! I'm just desperate! This is nuts! Shut up! There's no other way. I'm not going to sit here and let them do this.
It's not fair!
That's enough, Kiryu. Nishikiyama is right. I don't care who's right. Just a punk kid who only became a Yakuza to follow Kazuma-san. My screw-up is going to bring him down. I'm ready to do what I have to. You even comprehend how serious this is, huh? Are you too big to do what you're told now? Is that it, Kiryu? Yes, sir. Even if Kazuma-san himself tried to stop me, I'd go. You. Idiot!
Ow!
Please forgive me. Kashiwagi-san.
But we care about your dumb ass.
Get the car. You can't stop him. Kiryu's determined to see this through. No matter what.
Better be worth it.
Thank you for all you've done for me, sir.
There's a sick ass scar on his face.
Yup.
Oh!
She should be waiting with the car. I need to get to Showa Street.
Alright.
Go to the Dojima family HQ. You ready?
Yeah, I guess so. You gonna cut off a finger?
Bro, just because you say you want out doesn't mean Kuze's gonna just let you go. Who knows what's going to happen in there, just be ready. When you hear shit like that, just be prepared for a fight.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
But I have like a fuck ton of healing items. I think I'm okay.
Yeah, no, you're fucking good. Also, there will be healing items just littered on the ground that you can pick up as you go along.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I like free treasure.
In long fight sequences, there tends to be like just healing items on the ground that you can pick up.
That's nice.
Yeah. At least
My
in easy
man,
and normal
why are
mode.
your hands not on the steering wheel? Are we gonna die before we even get there?
Sunflower Orphanage. What? Why not? Why can't we, Kazuma-san? It's our lives. Our future. We can decide.
Uh-huh.
I owe you everything. But this isn't about that.
So dramatic.
And don't play the saint. You're Yakuza yourself. Considering that, you have no right to tell us we can't be Yakuza. You've got no right. Hear you. We looked up to you for this. Looked up to you for all this time. Your car, your confidence. The way everyone bows to you.
Bah.
We idolized you. I want that life too. Is that so wrong? Is that too much? Do orphans not get to dream?
That's not the kind of dream most people have.
Well, see, here's the thing.
That's all I know.
Kiryu's-
I get it.
Yeah, well, I do want to point this out because Kiryu's reasoning for joining the Yakuza is like very simple and human. He looked up to Kazuma-san, but above all else, he just wanted to live a better life.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes him the most relatable. It's like, as he grows, it becomes more about, like, respecting his ideals and honor and living by a code as he grows older. But in the beginning, his reasonings were very simple. I think that's what makes him extremely relatable, because he's just a guy who wants a better life for himself. And that's something we can all, we can all really relate to. He's willing to do whatever he has to. It's kind of what makes the story so good in these games. It shows... I believe a YouTube analysis video said it the best. It shows the humanity in criminals. Is Dojima in today? Yes, sir. He's inside. It'll be just me from here. Sir? Please take the boss a message. Tell him Kazuma Kiryu is here to end his oath. Kiryu-san? Wait, seriously? Yeah.
Gotta do what we gotta do.
Thanks, Nishiki. And sorry. You head on back. You're really going through with this, Kiryu. I'll have a talk with the boss. It's not like I'm a dead man just yet. I'll try to finesse it like you would. Shit, now you really got me nervous, you fool.
I'm assuming he ain't got that kind of swag.
No, he really doesn't.
Look at all these goobers.
Yep. Sir, your face. You got a little shit on your face.
Trying to say he eats shit? He's gonna eat shit.
Yeah, he's about to. So, you want out of the family? That's why you're here, Kiryu? Yes, sir. I came to ask the boss to expel me. Please let me through to see him. Yeah, that's a shame. Saturdays at 8's bad timing. His favorite show's on TV. You got something to tell him, you'll have to tell me instead.
No, fuck you.
Wheel of Fortune's on right now. He loves that shit. The hell? Your pinky's still on your goddamn hand. You're asking to leave and you show up empty-handed? That's now how things work in the Yakuza, dumbass. I'm not here to talk to you. Where's the boss? I'm the one handling things right now, and you think that kind of tone is gonna fly with me, Junior? Ugh.
Damn, that's the second time he done hit him today.
No pinky, no cash. You seriously think you can come in here and just ask to be let go? I mean, we've got 100 million yen. You want that?
Right,
Stop being
like-
a dickhole.
What are you talking about? We're rich. Ish.
Yeah. Ugh. The Yakuza's not some after-school club you can just quit when you're tired of it, you little shit.
Ow, bow, bow, bow.
Come on, use your head here, Kiryu. It's not too late to put this all behind us. Pump Captain Cosmo for that info on the empty lot. That's the only way you come out of this alive.
Now, set them boundaries.
May I please see the boss now? I came here to get expelled. So that's a no, then.
No shit.
Alright. Then we're done here. I've got no use left for you. You had the chance to climb the ranks as one of my boys. If you'd have taken that, you would have to die now. Hey, Yonita. Yes, sir. Figure out how we erase this stain. It's not fancy, but a live burial up in the mountains is probably easiest. Or we can melt him down with chemicals and just dump him in the river.
Dude.
No. Leave a body. It's better if he's found down the line. Sends a message that Dojima's big on discipline. Dojo HQ will appreciate that. Damn!
Jesus.
Yeah?
You want to be a melted human popsicle?
Oh, shit. Really? Huh? You're just gonna kill a family member? Without the boss's permission? Are you high, kid? Boss has got nothing to do with this now. You just left the family. He said it! That's what I was waiting to hear.
Uh-huh.
What?
Yeah, you agreed to it. So...
Yep. You fucker! The fuck are you doing? He outranks you. Outranks me?
I don't belong here.
I'm a civilian now. You just said so yourself. So I guess I'm free to just beat the shit out of everyone. You're free to come at me if you want. But I'm not gonna pull any punches. Lieutenant Kuze. I'll kill this little shit. He's yours. Do whatever you like. Hold it. I'm not done talking to you. I'm done with you. Besides, you're dying here. Look, you make it up to see me alive, and I'll hear what you have to say. Fine. I'll be right there.
Wah, 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 wah. That's a nice marble table.
You ready, bitch?
It'd be a real shame if somebody fell through.
It'd be a real shame if I picked it up and beat you in the face with it. You can do that, by the way. Nice. Punch the shit out of him, Trix. Do it. It's your destiny.
It's my destiny, he says.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, now you're scared.
You scared, little bitches? You scared?
You're scared, Dad.
Oh my god!
Come on!
Yeah, dude, Trix, kick their asses! Oh, fuck!
Again.
Oh,
Another!
Holy shit!
Are they just lining up outside?
Kinda. Their pathing's kind of screwed up. Oh! Action, heat action with the nails. That was a box of nails.
Aww. Did I make you eat nails?
Looks like he needed his daily dose of iron. Right? Yeah, you kill all the guys in this room.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, and there's one of the healing items I told you about.
Nice!
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't use it automatically, it just puts it in your inventory.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just saying, where do I go?
Just follow the pink dot. Exit. There you go.
Oh, I'm blind. Ow.
Oh, it's the wrong button.
I did. I hit X.
Also, you might want to heal. Inventory. Yeah, see? Just load up on energy drinks.
I don't like you.
There we go. Punch. Bonk. Punch. Thanks for opening the door, asshole.
Yay, I'm free!
Nice.
I wasn't done with you. What's that umbrella?
There he goes.
Die already. Who said you could hold a chair?
I think you can heat action him to counter it.
Okay.
There you go. Kick. Mine now.
I see. Oh, shit.
10 different heat actions. Oh, behind you.
Hell, why am I bad?
You failed every quick time event.
I'm not good at them when I don't remember what the buttons do.
Yeah. You can use more than one at a time, by the way.
Yeah, but...
You have a bunch of them.
Hey.
And you're gonna collect more as you go up the building.
Come on, back. Come on.
Punch, punch. Slam.
When I get the chance, send you pictures of the mask.
You broke a chair over his face. Stereo, the doors have handles, you know. See? Told you you'd find more. Yeah, you need to try and exit through the door. Yeah, no, other door. There you go. Exit. There it is again. Yeah!
Y
Got it
and
that
A
time.
I'm okay with. It's the X and the B that I get really fucking confused with.
Yeah. So, remember, if the X button pumps up, that's your punch button. And if it's a V button, it's your grab button. So if you see blue, punch. Red, grab. Punch. Punch.
I mean, this is a very ineffective way of opening sword.
Yeah, it's ineffective, but it's cool.
Oh, we're outside now. Look at you, eat my noodle.
Punch. Goodbye. Kiryu, years later, after constantly giving guys headbutts, he's just like, yeah, I'm fine mostly, except for the brain damage. Brain damage. Brain damage. Brain damage. Brain damage. Why do I smell toast?
Sussy window.
I don't see any other way. Guess I'll have to jump it.
Yeah, we parkouring now.
Nah, you just hit the button. Kiryu takes care of everything.
Damn, they got the ding dongs out, and the hands is wet.
Man, I just came here to the piss. What the fuck? Oh God, why?
Want some of this?
Do a heat action by grabbing one of them next to the urinals. So grab him and drag him close to the urinal. Yeah, the urinals.
Damn
There
it.
you go, on the other wall.
Other side. Come on, boy.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you didn't complete the action.
Yeah,
You can do
again,
it
was
to this
the-
guy. Quick, grab his ass and drag him to the urinal.
Come here, you. Oh! Oh, he's a squirrely little shit.
Yeah, he can break your grab if you're not quick enough. You gotta sort of bait him over there and grab him while you're next to it. Oh, heal. Heal, 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 heal. Nice. You shoved his face into the piss water.
Tasty piss water.
Yeah, finish him off.
Nom, 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 piss water.
Punch. Eat it.
Ah! Oh, it's so unsanitary. Your nose is gonna get infected. Oh boy.
Dead.
That man is not
Dead.
alive anymore. That
Dead.
man is
Absolutely dead.
not alive anymore. There ain't no
How many
goddamn
times we
way.
have to teach you this lesson, old man? Constantly beating the shit out of him and then kick him out of a window. Fuck that guy.
His nose got turned into soup. What?
Yeah.
That was tomato soup. I got here.
While folks say Kiryu hasn't killed people, canonically he hasn't. But when you look at the absurdity of some of the heat actions, they're like, yeah, no, that guy is dead.
Yeah.
Don't tell me he isn't fucking dead. Now we gotta beat the shit out of Kuze.
Good. I've been waiting for this.
Looks like you can actually back up that big mouth of yours. Not bad.
Damn, he done got naked?
Cosmo scouted himself, a solid kid. If I had met you back when I was a boxer, I'd have offered to be your promoter.
Put your clothes back on. I'm uncomfortable.
I break your jaw. Who's the one behind the empty law hit? Where are you hiding him?
Where are the bodies?
Huh. Don't get ahead of yourself, Junior.
Oh. You always choose naked Dharma.
Woo!
He's just showing off his tattoos
that tell a story. I think those idiots downstairs might have given you the wrong idea. You don't screw with the Dojima family, Kiryu.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna serve your ass myself, and I'm gonna enjoy it.
You gonna eat my ass?
Done with your little speech? Let's go already.
This man said he gonna eat my ass. I don't know how I feel. And he half naked.
I'll come at you.
Where are the voices in your head, I'm assuming? Yes.
Boss fight. Oh shit, he's got 2 full health bars.
Oh no! I want to pick stuff up. I don't want to use it.
There's nothing in this arena for you to pick up.
Aw, that's no fun! Get back up, old man! How many times do we have to
don't have a whole lot of moves considering you didn't, you know, spend any money on any of your upgrades.
You didn't remind me, sir.
I reminded you 3 times. You can literally do that right now, by the way.
No, you're gonna punch him in the damn nose first.
Oh, are the voices not coming? So they are coming through.
Are you sure? Sanity told me we were good. I trusted him.
Like, I don't know. Watchdog says they aren't hearing them. Is everybody else hearing the voices?
Yeah. No! Wrong button. God damn it. I fucking hate this.
There you go.
I don't know my left button from my right button. God damn it.
Punch.
Drink water, dehydrated.
I can't hydrate right now or I'll dehydrate.
You can pause it.
Ah.
There you go. And, you know, also, while it's paused, maybe go to the abilities page.
Shut up. See, I'm only gonna do it because you actually reminded me. I bet that's what Princess Peach tastes like.
And that's what something.
What?
That's what something that comes out of her tastes like, I assume.
What? Man, this shit's expensive.
You kind of want to go with the yellow ones first. Those are like health upgrades.
Oh.
The ones on the other side there. Nope. No, near the center. There you go.
We got one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
And then the one next to it, yep.
Okay.
And then the blue one to the right. Or sorry, the left.
Boy, that's green.
or it's kind of aqua colored.
But there's blue.
Yeah.
And there's like teal or green.
Yeah, teal or green. Yeah. Yeah, the teal one. And keep in mind, all this stuff in this tree is for the brawler tree.
Yeah.
If you wanna, yeah. And as you expand out, the stuff becomes more expensive. So you kind of want to get, like, all the stuff in one tier, and then move on to the next one. That way you get all the cheaper stuff first.
Yeah.
And move on to the more expensive stuff.
That makes sense. Yeah, everything else is pretty expensive right now. Darn, some shit is really expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets really expensive as you
Did I leave anything?
as you start
I think I got
expanding
everything
out.
over here.
You need to get the stuff that's connected to the previous ones first.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm just seeing that, like...
Seeing what all is there.
Yeah. I think I'm good with what I've got.
Yeah.
I'll get more money and then I'll do it again.
Use 20 heat actions.
Good job, me.
Well, heat actions 20 times, not 20 different ones. At least I don't think it's been 20 different ones. I haven't really been paying attention to that. Oh man, he barely blocks in easy mode.
I think he just had a heart attack. Or he shit himself. I'm not sure which one.
In normal mode, you gotta break his guard like a lot.
Oh, I hate that. That's annoying.
Oh, wait till you get to Yakuza 3 if you get there.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm a little baby.
Yeah, this is literally her first beat 'em up, Watchdog, so it's really okay if she... Yeah, still no... Okay, anyone else in chat who can answer this?
Joe?
Are you hearing the voices?
Joe, are you here? Cause like...
Okay. Okay, go ahead and unpause it, and I'm gonna hear it as well.
Okay. Okay. Weird.
It is a little quiet, actually. That's so weird.
But you guys can hear them, like, in the gameplay. That's so weird.
Yeah, that is fucking weird. I won't have Dojima lieutenants making goddamn asses of themselves.
Well, you're reading it to them anyway.
Yeah. You're no Kazuma, I'll tell you that.
Woo!
Man, Kuze, you're a little bitch. The boss, it was the captain that took this kid. And this is him, Kazuma Kiryu. So, I hear you wasted a guy on a collections run. You sound like a fucking moron. I came to see you about the incident, sir. I swear to you that I didn't kill that man.
He don't care.
But I understand that even just being a suspect brings the family unwanted attention. So please,
That is
expel me from the family.
that is good reasoning.
You gonna think that's gonna fly, bitch? I'll take care of this one, boss.
Dude, sit down.
He won't make any more trouble for you. Oh, really? You're gonna murder a civilian? Oh, he knows. You decided to let you... on your own to let Kiryu out of the family, didn't you? That's not... Sir, I didn't.
But you did. But you did.
Yeah, you
though.
did. Lying to the boss? That's bad form, bro. See, they're all against each other, is the thing.
Yeah.
All
So,
the
like,
lieutenants are against each
So
other.
if they can catch him in the corner, they're just gonna kick him down too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just drama. Just drama. Just, you know what? They need to make one of them K-drama. Like, the
Yeah.
K-style dramas about this. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun?
You rat bastards. Kuze. Are you planning on digging yourself even deeper?
You better start bowing down, motherfucker. He gonna kill
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Oh, so remember that finger thing?
Oh no, is he gonna be the one to have to do it?
Yeah. He made a decision without the boss's permission.
Oh no!
Now, brother, as head of the Kono clan, you know the drill. You love this accountability shit.
Oh no!
Show
Well,
us what kind of man you are.
This is gonna hurt me indirectly, but like at least it's not our finger.
Yeah. God damn it!
I mean, that's the only way you can attack. You can,
You fucking watch close! You watch! You did this to me, Kiryu! You did this to me!
Nobody fucking cares, bro. Just get it over with. Ugh. I'm so glad they didn't show it because I would have gagged really bad. It's mostly.
Oh, that is a lot of blood.
Oh, well, yeah, it's not like he used a heated blade or anything.
He just casually picks it up.
I mean, what else you gonna do? You might want to go,
Might wanna go run that under some cold water, maybe, you know?
Actually, he probably needs to heat seal it.
Yeah.
The thing is like, I can kind of imagine doing that to myself, and it makes me very upped out. I'm like,
A lieutenant of the Dojima family gave you an answer, so I have to honor it. Kazuma Kiryu, as of today, you were expelled from the family. Yay! Kiryu did the thing you wanted to do!
did it! Yay! We didn't even have to cut off our finger! Yay!
We got expelled from the Yakuza. Tell me, Kiryu, why go through all this to get kicked out?
Because I have honor.
In order to prove that me and Kazuma-san are innocent, sir. I'm not the one who killed that man, and Kazuma-san has nothing to do with any of this. But the man I collected from died in that lot, and that made trouble for the family. That's on me. So I'm leaving the family to take responsibility for it. About that! So please, sir, just leave Kazuma-san out of this. It's about time for dinner.
Maybe see a doctor, right? Go get some stitches.
Yeah, yes, sir. Tojima, sir. Just how do you intend to take responsibility for this now? I'll catch the one who really killed that guy. That'll prove that me and Kazuma-san are innocent. Yeah, you could have done that while in the Yakuza. I see. You don't need to bother. What? But the killer's still... The killer? Let the police sort that out. You're a civilian now. But I have to do this, to make things right. Make things right? You're a civilian, damn it. Get it through your head and stop whining. You admit you screwed up this time, right? Yes, sir. At the very least, if I hadn't done it at that spot, all of this might have been avoided. So you asked to be expelled? Yes, sir. Well, relax. I'll make sure responsibility's taken. Sir? Your screw-up made it harder for us to get that land, Kiryu. And it was Kazuma that brought you in. Accountability falls on him.
Ooh.
You were a Yakuza till a minute ago. You understand the logic, right? Sir! There's no coming back once you're out of the Yakuza. I suggest you find a nice little job.
Oh my god, Callie!
I was creeping on Callie earlier before I started my stream.
Ooh.
Dying over here. Thank you
What was
for the
the...
shout
Oh, they were
out.
playing Baldur's Gate 3.
How's the Yakuza? Yeah, they were playing Baldur's Gate. Yakuza is interesting. Honestly, it feels like a K-drama. I'm like, oh, I'm like the edge of my seat, like, oh my god. Oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Oh my goodness.
So, to summarize all that happened, Kiryu got himself expelled from the family for nothing. He accomplished absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he wrong place, wrong time kind of bullshit. Poor guy.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for him. But at least he got to keep his finger.
There's no coming back when you get kicked out. Other Yakuza games allow us to introduce ourselves. Johnny Yakuza will never be Yakuza again. Ignore the 6 other games that come afterwards.
That is a little funny. That is a little funny because like this is a prequel, so like you already know that that's not what happens.
And then Kiryu lived happily ever after, and
Kiryu
nothing
is
crazy
baby
happened
girl,
ever
just like
again.
me. That's why we're playing easy mode.
Yakuza's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like a dragon, infinite wealth, the man who erased his name.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them and more.
All of them with their own separate fucking conspiracy theory. Oh yeah, and then there's another fucking Yakuza game. Well, it's based in the Yakuza universe with a different main character called Judgment. That are 2 games of just an entire murder mystery.
Doesn't even joke. I can't breathe. Whew.
Yeah.
Used to not be able to tell the difference between the Yakuza and a jacuzzi. Now I'm in hot water with the Japanese mafia.
Oh, man.
Oh, Yakuza Phoenix Wright with Kung Fu. Yeah.
Essentially, yes. That's exactly what it is.
It's like a murder mystery with, like, the mafia. It's fun. It's fun. We're having fun.
Also, the character's a scumbag who dates 3 women at once.
Excuse me, you didn't tell me this part.
Yeah, the Judgment character? Oh yeah, he absolutely does. And he says it, like, he says it in-game. He thinks about it, like, man, I'm a real asshole.
I just wait for the side stories. Yeah, we're trying to make our way through the first chapter first.
Yeah.
And we can go do some wacky shit. I'm like...
Yep.
But... Optional dating! It's a dating sim. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But the option is to date all of them as well at the same time.
What? Well, if they're all cool with it, a poly relationship is okay.
You can also do that in Yakuza Like a Dragon and Infinite Wealth, and all of Ichiban's girlfriends find out about it and beat the shit out of him.
Oh my god.
Like in Persona 5.
You know what? Good for them. Good for them.
Yeah.
At least they take it out on him and not on each other. We got we got about a minute and a half ad break coming in a few seconds.
It's funny too because like after that Ichiban gets like a huge defense boost.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez Louise.
It's like it's done in like Yakuza Like a Dragon and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth are done in the style of like turn-based RPGs like Dragon Quest. Because Ichiban is a huge Dragon Quest nerd. Like, so much so that the thugs that he sees on the street, his Chinibio brain just turns them into monsters.
Okay, Callie, you go take care of yourself. And take care of your pupper. I want to see your pupper. I like seeing other people's animals. I love animals.
Yeah, exactly, Pix. That's exactly it. People don't play Yakuza for the crime drama. They play it for remote control cars and learning how to talk to women.
Oh my god.
That's exactly why you play Yakuza.
What have I got myself into? What have I got myself into?
The best goddamn game series ever.
Yeah, they got stinky ads. Poor guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Man, fuck
I'm
you,
a little-
Twitch, and your stupid ads.
Yeah, I'm
Stupid-
also a little annoyed because I do have it turned on that it's not supposed to interrupt, like, important moments, important engagement. Like, we literally just got raided. What the fuck, Twitch?
Yeah!
What the fuck? Shouldn't there have
Yeah,
been, like,
what-
a 30-minute, like...
Yeah, a 30-minute buffer for the
Right.
Raiders. Fuck
Yeah,
you, Twitch.
I'm a little confused about the whole thing. I think they're just making up the rules, and we don't know actually what any of them are.
Yeah. I need to look into resetting my ads as well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the hell they got going on, but we're not going to pick up the game until the ad's over.
Yeah, they were so kind to wait 30 seconds for you to say your name and that's it.
Right. It's crazy. It's so kind of them. But don't forget, they're giving us bonus subs. I think this is the last day for bonus subs. So, like, they're doing this thing where if you give 5 subs, they'll give a bonus sub. It's like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
the
we'll
least
give
you can
a bonus
do.
sub for free, which will only pay you half of its worth.
Y'all let us know when you're back from the ads.
Yeah. Wait, can't you see that in your
Okay.
OBS? Or?
Yeah, it tells me when it ends and when it starts, but sometimes there's a delay.
Okay, yeah, back
Don't
from
worry,
ad
we
channel.
didn't miss anything. We were just complaining about Twitch and how it wasn't supposed to interrupt the raid, but it did anyway.
Yeah, how Twitch is bullshit. Yeah.
Pretty much. All right.
Okay,
So,
pause.
I'm paused. Let's go.
Let's see how Kiryu accomplished literally nothing.
Oh, did I accidentally take a screenshot? I didn't mean to. Meet Bezos' bones later. Yes, please. Nom him like a chicken wing. Okay.
What now? What the hell am I supposed to do
That's
now?
what I want to know. I mean, I guess you go back to your buddies and tell them what happened, and then you come up with Plan B. I mean, that's what I
Except
would
he
do.
can't because he's out of the Yakuza, so if they're seen with him, suspicion will be drawn to them.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You can't even have homies?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't like this.
11:28 p.m.
They got beepers. Just message them. I don't know. Call them on the payphone. This is the 80s. They can't track your text messages yet.
Oh? Someone stopping in front of us?
Oh, they got some fancy shoes.
Can you stand?
Who in the hell?
You'll catch a cold if you stay down there.
Sad boy moments in the rain.
My name is Tachibana.
Who the hell are you? Why are you approaching me?
Tachibana. I am aware of your present circumstances.
How?
I've been waiting to meet you.
Bro, you sus.
I've waited a long while, actually.
That's creepy. Who is this man?
Might I have a moment of your time in my penthouse suite,
Right. Why are you trying to riz me,
Period.
man? I'm
Kazuma-san?
unhealthy. I want to know who you are, how
He's
you
here
know
on the
me.
rebound. Oh, hey, you got a total of 12 million yen for all the stuff you did.
I did stuff. Tachibana is the Riz master. Oh, the Rizzler.
Climax battle, items open. Alright, save your game, because we're going into chapter 2 to see the best Oh, wait, no.
Best
We don't get
character?
to see Majima. We don't get to see Majima yet. Sorry. I got
Soxus
excited.
waits until we're single. Oh, jeez. Wait, we got climax items. Do we get to beat people with dildos now?
No. They're
Aw.
special challenge battles you can enter
Aw.
in the main menu called
Disappointed.
climax battles.
I'm disappointed. That's not until Yakuza 12. Okay. Well,
God,
at least we get
I
there
can see the
eventually.
series getting to 12, actually. We're already at 8.
That's when you can climb. He's fucking edging us the whole time. Oh shit, he got tattoos too. I mean, I guess
of
they
course
all
he's
do.
a Yakuza.
I mean, I
They,
guess.
like... Most Yakuza have, like, these big, important... Especially, like, main characters in the Yakuza games.
Mm-hmm.
The tattoos usually have meanings.
You just go take a fucking shower in a stranger's house? I don't know. I'm uncomfy.
You're welcome to join me if you like. Oh,
Wait.
wow, that's a fancy-ass spread.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
but
confused.
don't
Like,
have much of an appetite.
this man really is trying to riz us. Don't take
Not
food
big on
from
taking
strangers.
food.
You got naked in his house. Just eat the food.
Yeah, it's not like you drank it.
We're already past like you took a shower.
Yeah.
Where are my clothes?
They're in need of cleaning, so I took the liberty. I'll
Oh
have
god.
them back to you
Oh god,
momentarily.
we're just gonna be naked.
But first, do you prefer cherry or strawberry lube?
Cotton candy.
Oh, that's fine. I can have my assistants run out to get that one.
I actually have cotton candy. Because of course
Nice.
I do.
I believe it exists.
It does, and it's in my bedroom.
Well, okay, so it's funny they talk about using sex toys as weapons, because you can do that in Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Oh, that's wonderful. I can't wait.
Yeah,
12
that is
when we finally-
Yakuza 7.
Something's up with this
So-
man's hand.
You got a ways to go.
Why he got the Michael Jackson glove?
My right hand is prosthetic.
I
Please
see.
excuse my table manners. I lost it years ago, and now it aches in the cold months.
Was that
Curious
not
thing.
the hand we took when he offered to, like, help us stand?
Yeah, it's a prosthetic.
Michael Jackson is later?
Oh, yeah, So we're gonna meet a parody of both Michael Jackson and Steven Spielberg in this game.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it put Demon Slayer to shame?
Oh, God, you have no idea. What are you talking about? The sunflower. Each large bloom is in fact a collection of tiny flowers.
He is
Each
raising
petal is
us.
its own intendee.
I'm I'm so uncomfortable.
A fitting name for a place where children gather.
Oh,
Was it Kazuma-san who named the orphanage Sunflower?
have you been
who are
watching
you?
us since we were a child? Because, now I'm not okay.
You and Nishiki-san grew up as brothers at the Sunflower Orphanage. A young woman named Sarma Yumi-san as well. You and Nishiki-san regarded Kazuma-san as a father, in time following in his footsteps to join the Yakuza.
Demon Slayer's
And
been
now
so
you
good,
find
though.
yourself framed for murder, with Kazuma-san facing the risk of expulsion as a result.
It's enough! You've read
Not
my
even
diary,
nice
I
that
get
MJ,
it!
When watching Demon Slayer the first time, oh my god.
It's a good show.
What are you after? I'm after that sweet butthole.
Let me in the A's.
There's only one thing any real estate broker in this town is after. I want the empty lot.
Damn, what is...
That place again? Well, there's reason for it.
Is it a glory hole? Because that
Oh,
would
like
make so much sense.
I mean, it could be. If the Dojima family lieutenants acquire the empty lot, Kazuma-san's expulsion is a certainty. But if I can beat them to it, I can protect Kazuma-san.
we can
And then
help
there's
each
only the
other,
matter
Trope.
of proving your innocence.
I could have swore him proving his innocence was irrelevant at this point.
The reach of my Camaracho network is considerable. Join me and you'll have the means to bring the culprit to light. Why go to the effort of winning me over? What is it you're really after here?
That sweet ass.
I like my clothes back, Tachibana-san.
I knew it! No, I just don't want to get
do me
freaky
a
with
favor
you.
first. Bend over and fart on my plate.
Stop.
I'm into some weird shit. I see. It would seem I was naive. I want your empty lot, Kiryu. Let me feel. You could actually be this yaoi plot. Drop of the Dojima family patriarchs trying to fill the empty lot.
Why do I feel like he took his clothes just so he could keep him there to talk?
Probably.
Oh my god, I don't like
Because he
it.
did.
It
He
feels
absolutely
dirty.
did.
I think I need a second shower.
I think I need 5 showers.
Right, I feel so uncomfortable. This man has made me feel like he's a bit of a predator. Wait, he is gonna go talk to him.
Yeah, he's gonna call him, but he's not gonna go.
No, yes, he is. We're going to the office.
Not. Just go to the pink marker. You'll see.
I'll go to the pink marker.
Hey, I didn't say I was into it. That's Tachibana's shit.
Excuses.
Hey, look, I don't have a Discord kitten that I tell her to fart directly into the mic, alright?
You got that idea from somewhere, though.
Honestly, from... Don't put that... He's a nice man. He really isn't.
I don't know about that. He made me feel really dirty. You could at least waved. What the fuck?
Hi, Kiryu! Kiryu! Nishiki! You're okay. I can't believe you made it out of there alive.
Hug like your life depends on it.
Yeah. Hug each other. Do it. Do it now. And then also, you know, maybe a little kiss. Maybe a little kiss. Maybe
Slamming gets lost, you know.
Yeah, maybe Kiryu just plants a little kiss on Nishiki's cheek. You know, just let him know he's okay. No, I will not stop, Watchdog.
Please. Please keep going.
Yeah, okay. Kiryu looked longingly into Nishiki's eyes. He always wondered how he could get lost in them.
Ever since they were boys. He always
Ever
felt
Ever since they were boys, Kiryu had felt a strong attraction to his sworn brother. Yes! Yes, Artano! We are going there!
Oh my god. No, wait, I'm just lewd. I am stinky. I actually do shower tonight for the wedding, but I am lewd.
Oh, come on, don't be like that. It's fine, come inside.
inside.
And you can come inside me. Accountability for what? I can't get pregnant.
Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh lord.
Okay, see you later.
Oh, it's so sad. he didn't go up to the office with him.
I should head home tonight. From here, the fastest walk would be through the hotel district. Alright, now we get to go home, and then the next night, then the next, like, the day, I think there are some side quests available.
Ooh. Okay.
But we are also getting close to the time you said you needed to cut. Oh, fuck.
I lied. I don't care anymore.
It's Mr. Shakedown.
Ooh.
Hey, you.
Oh, not the fedora.
Oh, shit. I forgot about this guy. We should have waited to sell the plates.
What did you make me do?
Okay,
Death.
Trix.
Death?
Trix, you're gonna have to bring it, like, a lot right now.
Death, I can't bring it. I'm dumb. I'm baby. I am an easy
There a
mode.
problem?
What have you done?
Oh.
Death,
It's
what did you do to me?
Yeah, you seem to think you can just walk by me without a word. So, this is Mr. Shakedown. He's a mechanic in the game. When you fight, he beats the money out of you. And if he wins, he takes all of it.
Death, what did you do?
Yeah, so you might want to use all your money right now to upgrade yourself before Mr. Shakedown takes all of it.
I mean, I was gonna have to do that eventually anyway, right?
Yeah, so you might want to do that, like, right the fuck now when the fight starts. Like, just pause immediately. Yeah, you can also abuse the system. Any money he takes from you, it adds 15%. So it can be used as a form of banking. So you let him take all of your money, and then you find him later and beat the shit out of him.
Oh, so
The problem
interest.
is that this guy is stronger than most bosses.
And I'm baby, so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
the odds
is a
are
way to
stacked
cheese
against
him.
me.
There is a way to cheese him, but it won't be available until a little later, until we open up some of the weapon shops.
Alright, I think we're gonna stick with the plan we came up with right
Yeah,
now.
spend all your money.
Dropping
spend
baby
all of it.
versus silverback gorilla, no.
Yeah, essentially this guy has the strength of a gorilla. Pause. Pause immediately. Pause immediately. As soon as it starts. Okay. Yeah, just invest as much money as you can.
God damn it.
Make sure you get the lesser abilities so you have, like, a wider range first. And the ones with an M over it, you need to complete a training mission to unlock those.
Okay.
You need to unlock the other
yeah.
abilities first
I
around
see
it.
that. Jesus
Yeah.
fuck. I don't even know what I want. You put so much pressure on me!
Just buy up everything that you can.
My man.
Don't even think about it, just buy stuff.
What is wrong with you? What have you done?
I didn't do anything, okay? The game threw Mr. Shakedown at you.
You know what you did.
I did not throw the Gorilla Man at you.
You should have seen it coming.
Yeah, I've played this game before, but the last time I played it was like 6 months ago.
All I hear is excuses, excuses, excuses.
Okay, then are you gonna consider getting good?
No.
Okay then, spend money.
It's the best I could do, but then I'm gonna be like really broke, and I'm gonna be really sad about that.
He is literally gonna just take it all, and the only way to get it back is to fight him for it. Yeah.
That is a funny image. I'm just shoving cash in my mouth right now.
Yeah, like, maybe if we do this enough, Mr. Shakedown will be like, okay, you know what, you're weird, I'm just gonna leave.
I am dirty. I'm very dirty. Well, we got all the abilities we could ever fucking ask for.
No, you can still got plenty more.
Yes. No thanks to you. I can't even do that one.
Yeah, you can get at least one more 30k one, though.
Yeah.
Or 30 million, sorry.
Yeah. I know how money is. I know how money works.
Alright.
Let's go get my ass
I think that's
eaten.
all. I think that's all the damage control we can do.
Oh god, you suck, Death. You owe me. I will remember this. Alright, let's go get my ass.
Alright. Punch. Try and hit him as much as you can.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, that did hurt. You can also, as long as you don't get knocked out, you should be fine. You might want to heal.
What?
Oh. Oh. He didn't take it all. Oh, okay. Thank God.
What the fuck just happened?
Okay, so he took 470k and pissed off.
How did he get money that I didn't even have?
You still had 29 million.
Oh, that was it? That's all he took?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But the next time you see him, you can run away from him.
Good.
And I would recommend running.
Because I don't want to mess with that guy. I don't like him.
Yeah. Yeah. He goes after anybody that crosses his path, and then he takes everything they've got.
What kind of fucking hobby is that?
It seemed like you could hold your own in a fight, but that guy's on a whole different level. If he sets his sights on you, you run for it. He's definitely more than your average tough guy could handle. Still, I wish somebody would come along and beat all that stolen money out of him, though. What, did he get you too? Damn right he did. Took my whole holiday bonus. I knew I should have made a beeline to the bank with it. You be careful too. Next time you're sitting on a stack of cash. Oh, and rumor has it Igarashi's not the only Mr. Shakedown. Oh, and there's aren't just a Kamurocho thing. Stay sharp if you ever go out of town.
There's more of them?
Huh? He was insanely tough. I probably haven't seen the last of him. Better keep my eyes peeled. If you lose to Mr. Shakedown in battle, he'll take the money you have. If you spot him in the street, the safest tactic is to run away before he can rope you into a fight.
Jesus Christ.
If you beat Mr. Shakedown, you'll reclaim all the money he's stolen from
He
you. The
can
amount he
keep it.
carries varies at different times. If you can take him down when he's especially flush with cash, you can make back more than what you've lost.
I'm scared of that man.
I should just head home for tonight.
You think? after that, I'd be pretty fucking miserable. I'd be like, I need a
You
bath.
might still want to heal because you're still at like a. Oh, it puts you back up to half health, but yeah, still probably want to heal.
Does sleeping at my house not heal me?
It will, but you'll probably run into a. Yeah, see. Yeah, if you see Mr. Shakedown, just run the other way. No matter where you're going, just run away until he despawns. Or just take a different street or anything. Just as long as you get away from him.
Me and the back alleys are about to be best fucking friends.
Yeah. Learning this map might do you well.
That's a good question. Did you beat him the first time you encountered him, Death?
I have done it in one of my playthroughs, yes.
Did you get an alternative dialogue from him because of it?
He pretty much says the same thing.
That's unfortunate.
Like, if you're able to bring him down, I think about halfway, he stops the fight and says, huh, you're pretty tough. I'll let you go for now.
So that's like what literally just happened to me.
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty much the same thing no matter what.
Gotcha.
He just pisses off.
So, like, I did okay considering, right?
Yeah, considering. If he had knocked you out too quickly, he would have taken all of your money.
Is being at home even safe?
Probably not. It's up those stairs that
Oh.
you just passed.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, surely they know where the fuck I live.
Probably, but I mean...
Is it a good idea to even go home? I'm just saying.
Probably not.
Probably should have gotten a hotel for the night. My god, my
Or
dude.
skip town.
I have a lot of damn ramen.
Yeah. Honestly, I would like to have a apartment that size, to be honest. I like compact spaces.
Gotcha. I have too much
Like, just
stuff for compact spaces.
Everything's just within reach.
I get it. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't have room for all my dollies, and all my plushies, and all my makeup, and all my costumes.
I don't decorate, so...
I understand.
Started chowing down on cold noodles like a man possessed after seeing you turned up
Yeah, I was
alive.
about to say,
Up until
Jesus
then,
Christ.
He's just been sitting there all intense, not saying a thing, looking like he was trying to push out a log. Oh, cool, and they're getting drunk. Nice. That's some story, but didn't bet Kuze didn't think he'd be losing a finger today. Yeah, probably not. That's not something you wake up and say, man, I'm gonna lose my pinky finger today.
Alright, damn. I'm gonna lose my finger today. Well, I mean, he thought he was.
He thought Kiryu was gonna have to,
Yeah.
yeah, but not him.
Oh, how the Uno reverse has turned.
Kiryu, the president of Toho Credit, turned up dead a few hours ago.
Bum, bum, bum.
What? Oh no, Pussy Man's dead.
Are they gonna fucking try to pin this shit on us too?
Probably not.
Well, I mean, we were just there. We were literally, like, one of the last people to see him, probably.
It also Kuze was there too, so.
I mean, yeah, but, they gonna blame it on him? I'm just saying.
Well, see, the thing is that he's unimportant to all of this.
Oh.
Like, it doesn't matter if he died. They were just tying up loose ends.
Yeah.
Because he was probably about to tell Kiryu, the person who hired him to frame Kiryu, who gave him the orders to tell Kiryu to do the collection in the empty lot, to frame him.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of Tachibana Real Estate? Huh? Tachibana Real Estate?
We got another ad.
This guy, Tachibana, came and found me after I left Dojima HQ. He wanted me to help him get the empty lot. Said he could help me prove my innocence, too.
Put your hands in the air, this is a robbery.
And then something about cotton candy lube.
So it said, put your hands in the air. This is a wobbly. Are you wobbing me? Are you wobbing me? Why are you wobbling me?
I mean, we just got robbed by Mr. Shakedown.
We really did. It
Yeah.
could have been worse. It could have been worse, friends. I did good.
Yeah.
Considering.
He essentially did the equivalent of taking almost $5,000 USD from us.
Oh, there it is. There's the fucking ad.
Like, dude, how much fucking money do you need?
I'm stretching.
You've been leaning back a lot in this whole stream, Trix.
Oh, I think so. I played around with some of the settings in VC Face, and I think I fucked something up. Like, I think I jacked something up. I don't know if I, like, accidentally, like... It's the only thing I remember touching, though, was turning on the animate jawbone setting.
You think that might have caused it?
Maybe. I'm gonna turn it off and see what happens. We're gonna see if that improves anything. Couldn't hurt to try.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they got stuck in the ad, so I figured I'd tell them good night that way.
Yeah.
Only 13 seconds to go. Oh, stinky ads. Stinky ads. The ads are stinky.
Stinky fucking ads.
I'm not stinky. The ads are stinky. We're gonna find out. Like, if I stop...
Yeah.
Like, just a second ago doing this is me stretching.
Okay.
It was me stretching my back out. But I have been, like, jittery. Like, have you noticed? Like, I've been moving around, like, bouncy and shit. So let's turn that off and see if that fixes it.
I've only heard bits here and there, but they're like property acquisition specialists homing in on Kamurocho. They've taken over real estate? Yeah. Kamurocho's packed tight, end to end with little bars and night spots, right? And most of them are run by various Tojo clan families, too. But somehow, Tachibana Real Estate came along and started poking holes in that iron wall. How do you mean exactly? Any business they set their eyes on is shuttered in days. The tenants cleared out. Doesn't matter how successful the place was, it's just gone. Bribes, threats, harassments. They're more Yakuza than the Yakuza. Whatever it takes to crush the business, they scoop up the vacant property.
Jesus.
They'll even go toe-to-toe with Tojo clan muscle protecting a place even without batting an eye. Real estate right now is an insane cash war. That means plenty of shady businesses get attracted to the action. But Tachibana's playing on another level. Even Tojo HQ is trying to shut them down.
That couldn't have been 30 minutes.
Seriously. Tells you how nasty they are, although if you had them on your side, things suddenly get interesting. Yeah, if they can be trusted. I still can't figure out what Tachibana hopes to gain from winning me over. Alright then, tomorrow you and me can dig around for more info on Tachibana. It's worth investigating. No, I'll look into it alone. What? You and I work together and we'll draw everyone's eye in the Dojima family. I need you to keep your distance.
Yeah, we can eat our sad ramen in this tiny house, but that's it.
It's fine. I was prepared to do this myself when I decided to leave the family.
Bum bum bum.
Bum bum bum.
Bum bum bum. The next day.
Maybe Nishiki's right and I should accept Tachibana's offer, but I need more to go on before I can trust him.
valid.
I should hit the town and see what I can find about him.
That's right. He's sussy. He's a sussy baka. We gotta find out.
Oh, Yakuza is coming to the Switch?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
But Pix wants a Smash game where Kiryu beats up Banjo-Kazooie. What? That's awfully specific. But me and Death were talking, like we were watching some of like the moves you could do in this game and how brutal they are. And
Yeah.
I was saying that like they could easily add some of these characters into Mortal
In
Kombat.
Smash Bros? Or, yeah, Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, you just gotta like amp up the deaths, like actual deaths. But the thing is, like I don't know, would they want to do that?
Probably not. See, the director has taken a hard stance about this game, like, not being a clone of GTA. He doesn't want you to just go around indiscriminately killing people. So I don't think they would be okay with Kiryu suddenly just, like, indiscriminately murdering people in another franchise.
Fair enough. So where do I need to go? There's no pink.
You actually, there's no pink dot. Yeah, you need to actually investigate and look around.
What in the hell? I don't
Luck.
like that. What the heck? I'm stupid. You can't just leave me here. I'm gonna look in that trash can. Fuck this trash can. Really? I can't do nothing with the trash can. Man.
What are you hoping to find? Yeah, this is how it organically introduces you to the side
Drink
content.
water, you dehydrated.
Because now you've got to look around in various places.
But I don't know how to look around. I need to be told what to do.
Trix, just explore.
No!
Don't you like to explore?
I like to look for treasure. There's a difference.
There's tons of treasure to find everywhere, all over Kamurocho.
Is the treasure the friends you make along the way?
No, it's money. It's actual money.
What is-
And also, like, tons of different mini games. You just gotta look around. Go into... Okay, any buildings on the map marked with a color, you can go into those buildings. So look around look around the areas. Oh yeah, trading cards too. That's another thing. You can find
Trading
phone cards. It's the next one. Oh, the next one. Other way. Oh my god.
I'm so confused right now.
Okay. Forward. No, yeah, keep going. Keep going that way. There you go. Up those stairs.
Okay. It's bad,
There you
y'all.
go.
I'm bad. I wasn't Joe.
Welcome to the
It's
batting
not.
cages.
Oh, I bet Joe would like to do this. He plays baseball all the time.
For the advanced course,
Advanced
do you want to
course.
play?
I'm not good at baseball.
I mean, it's not really baseball.
Just smacking the ball around.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm gonna smack your balls.
For the Super Gold Rush course.
Absolutely not. We don't even have that. We ain't got that kind of money.
Yeah, and you can check with that guy for the prizes.
Oh yeah?
High score can win club. Would you like to... Why did you say no?
Because I haven't even done anything yet. We're gonna play the beginner course. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. Let's do this. Okay.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah, this is gonna go very poorly. Yucky, nope.
Oh, there you go.
Well, I did that. I was bad at it, like I thought I'd be.
Yeah.
Should I try it again?
You can aim.
Can you aim?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I thought you just hit the button when the ball got close.
No.
How do you aim?
Move the control stick around.
Oh, I see the little thing now. Oh, that confuses me. I don't like it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe check how to play.
Oh. You're not doing a very good job teaching me how to play Death. I kind of was hoping.
Okay. Check the thing. And before you hit the play option, there is a little option that says how to play.
Oh.
Press A to hit the timing with the right timing to hit balls pitched by the pitching machine and score runs. Hitting the ball so that it strikes a target will count as running the bases.
I mean, that's what I was trying to do, but I was just not doing it a very good way.
Yeah. If you fail to hit a target, it counts as an out. After 3 outs, the game is over. The game also ends after 20 pitches, regardless the number of outs.
Yeah, I'm just bad at this, so I'm just gonna have to accept it.
Hit a home run target 4 times in a row to trigger a golden ball chance. The next pitch will be a golden ball, and hitting a home run will score 4 points. As the number of balls is limited, try to make the most of every hit to earn high ranking. Golden ball chances are an especially good way to earn more points.
I do it one more time, but I'm telling you, I just think I'm bad at this.
I mean, it's not super easy, but you do have a targeting reticule. So you want to hit, you see how those say 2 base, 1 base, 3 base? You want to aim the reticule at those and then hit the ball when it's over the base.
Like that?
You're aiming below it. There you go.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah.
I'm not good at this.
That's fine. Oh, hey, you got a point.
Oh, that was way too early.
Yeah.
Too early.
Now for the 12-hour. Yeah.
Shut up!
Honestly,
you made me miss!
You
You made me miss!
You can absolutely do that in Yakuza.
I was doing okay. You made me laugh! You made me miss. Take responsibility.
Yeah, Stroth, get in here and do it more.
Too early.
Yep.
Too late.
Yep.
Really? I
Yeah.
feel like that ball hit me in the damn ribs, honestly. Well, I got better. It
Yeah, you got a
wasn't
little
great.
better.
Alright, we did a thing.
That didn't get you any closer, actually.
No. No, it didn't.
Maybe check your map, see the areas that are left for you to explore. Okay, so we saw the batting center. And then there's a dance club.
Oh, you think I can do
There's
the
the-
arcade now?
Yeah, there's an arcade down there. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you asshole.
Men in Black.
Are you secretly fucking aliens?
Nah, they're just G-men. Now beat the shit out of them. How dare they take your taxes?
Catch these hands! You're absolutely right. They're gonna catch these hands.
Wow, you just stole $2,000 from them.
I want $2,000. Oh. $2,000 seems really nice.
Yeah. Honestly, for real.
For real, for real.
Oh, and also you might want to talk to people too. Those little boxes above people's heads, that means you can talk to them.
I don't see any boxes.
And those guys
Oh,
look
guy.
like Yakuza.
Oi.
Still haven't found the president of Tachibana Real Estate. Our boss ain't a patient man, and we've been keeping him waiting a long time. Who are these guys? Sorry, sir. The guy's a shadow. Doesn't leave a trace. The informants in this town can tell you anything except when it has to do with Tachibana Real Estate. Wait, none of them? Then what? Tachibana's bought them all? Huh? I'm saying he paid them all enough to keep quiet. If he's really the kind of guy they say he is, it's possible. Shit. Wonder if there's any way to outspend him. There isn't. With what money, sir? We really don't have any. Get the hell out there and find me some information. Forget the informants. Go hit one of the businesses he's bought out or something. Yes, sir.
It's a Walkman, guys. Y'all remember those?
Yep.
Back in my day.
No. No.
What?
You're not old enough yet for that.
Back in our day, you used to have to put the cassette tape in the tape player. Wait till you learn
Okay.
about skipping. Are these like legit
get-
Sega games?
Yeah, you
Holy
can.
fuck.
You can absolutely play them. Oh, Sparky Bit on the ground.
A what thing on the ground? What?
Yeah, check it. Check. Right there. A button. There you go.
Who's this lady?
That is a phone card with a model on it.
Okay, we're gonna call her. Is she gonna be our girlfriend? Oh!
Yes, you can play the claw machine, and yes, you can get toys.
I like toys.
So you hold the button to move it right, and then you hold the button to move it back to line it up with one of the ones in the machine.
Astro's playing the crane game in the chat.
Ah, so close. You still got 2 more tries.
Oh, that's too far back, ain't it?
Yeah, you might want to tap it a little bit lighter. Oh, wait.
No.
No.
Oh.
You got 1 more try.
Oh, that wasn't. You know what? It's fine.
Yeah.
You go for that one instead. No!
I mean, you could try again. It costs how much? Let's see. Yeah, 300 yen. You've got 30 million.
Jeff,
I think you can afford a few games
I don't know
of
how to tell
Crane.
you this, but we might be here for an hour. I fucked that real bad up, but might be here.
It's fine. Oh, And you can also tell the employee at the counter to change the prizes when you get the ones you want.
Oh, it's not what I wanted. Dude, what the fuck? It's a little silly. It's doing silly little
You
things.
still got one more turn.
Those are silly little guys.
What are you going for?
I don't know! I was doing so good at first. What happened? What did you do?
Okay.
You jinxed me.
I didn't do anything. You're the one wasting your movements. You're the one not paying attention, Trix.
I'm the one
Don't blame me.
playing the game. What are you doing besides getting my money stolen? No!
You Jack.
Baby, come home with mommy.
Blaming me. I guess you're gonna blame me for all the thugs that attack you on the street when you don't know how to run the other direction.
I wasn't planning on running from any of those guys. That's free real estate, baby.
Yeah, how about when Mr. Shakedown comes again?
Alright, you gotta call him out. You gotta be like, run, bitch, run! Not that one! Alright, things are not going well here. It is 100% your fault.
I swear to God. You know what? You can find the rest of the information on your own. I was gonna help you find it, but no. If it's all my fault,
You can let me
no.
run around town all by myself.
You can find the rest of the information by yourself.
No! You were totally gonna make me do it by myself anyways.
No, I was thinking about helping you, helping you move this along. But you know what? No. If everything's my fault, we're gonna make everything my fault.
But you did do that one thing!
So yeah, good luck.
No!
Oh yes. No, this is happening now.
No!
You brought this on yourself.
I need help because I'm baby. You have to be nice to me.
No. Baby gotta work for it now.
No! No. No. Oh no. You're a terrible job at this.
You want a funny part, chat? I know how she could catch them.
What? There's a secret to this? You can cheese
there
this?
Kinda.
Why aren't you telling me how to cheese it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought everything was my fault.
It is. You're the reason why I don't know how to cheese it. Because you won't tell me.
Well then, you can figure it out. Good luck.
Why is it so hard?
That's the other side of the machine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I am determined to get one of these toys. I'm a rich man. I can do this all day. Ah!
Taking bets. How much yen is she gonna spend on this before she gets one? 10,000. 10,000. Do I hear 10,000? All of it? Yeah.
Ah, Sammy, help!
She's gonna spend all 30 million yen. Ooh, man, you let a perfect opportunity go by, too.
We'll go for one of the other ones now. I haven't tried getting one of those yet. Why would you help? Because I love you. Rude! The other guy got in the way.
Maybe you should get good.
I'm trying.
This is really fun for me.
Is this your version of the password game?
Pretty much, yeah.
No!
Ah, sweet, sweet karma.
No! I've been good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, just one more prompt of the password game.
I dipped out after chess.
Yeah, look at that sweet karma.
I ended it after the chess game because I didn't know how to play chess.
Yeah, only after that.
Yeah, we only made it like 10 or so in.
After this, I am gonna literally fire up Zero just to catch one of these, and then brag about it to you.
No! That's so mean! I did it.
Congratulations. You got one.
It's just a baby. It's just a baby. You got a baby.
You can also play the arcade cabinets on the walls.
I want to play the
other
ones on the wall.
The Space Harrier ones over there.
Why only these?
No, it was the only one Sega would license for this game.
That's not fair, because I don't like this one. I like the other one better. Jesus Christ, dude. You're a grown-ass man.
Yeah. I don't think he cares.
I don't think he cares. Literally, does anyone even care about this game anymore?
Get
what
ready.
the actual fuck is happening? I've never played this
Space
before.
Harrier.
Alright.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
Well, this is very fast, and I don't like it.
Yeah, you can move up as well. There you go. Yeah, you move around on the screen and shoot things. That's it. That's the whole game.
Yeah, I guess it's no asteroids.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's Space Harrier. It was revolutionary for its time.
Sure it was. Man, we couldn't get no Mr. Pac-Man. Okay, well, I guess that's not saying Ow!
Get ready.
Oh, we gotta fight a dragon?
Yeah, it's the boss.
Oh, shit. Very close, though.
shoot him in the face or the head.
Oh, he changes colors. Okay.
Yeah.
How many goddamn times I gotta hit your ass?
You're doing great.
Now you're in Giza.
Oh. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, look at them faces. Fuck. Oh, got faces only a mama could love. My eyeballs are
Get ready.
dry because I'm not.
That's why.
I do like the extent of my care of this game.
It's about as much as you want to play.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst thing, but we have Yakuza now, so.
Well, next boss, and you die.
Yeah, I died. It's fine. My eyeballs are dry.
Go ahead and enter in your high score.
Oh, I got a high score?
Yeah, and you got the #1 spot.
I did pretty good then. Or maybe these people just do really bad. Yeah.
Congratulations.
There, I did
Now-
something worthy.
You can hit B to back out.
That's what I'm
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
Hit B.
Or is it select? It's one of the buttons. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Alright, that was fun. I want to play that though.
You can't.
I know. Sadness. It's a sad day when I can't play my favorite arcade game. Alright. I think this is where I'm going to call it tonight. Because I went over 30 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, you want to save at the phone booth.
Alright. We did it. We tried this new game.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that?
Well, how do you feel?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
We haven't even gotten into the silly side story stuff yet.
I do. I like it. I like it. I really, really do.
Yeah.
Alright, it's fucking midnight. I gotta pee. I got some cats to feed. I got a shower to take. I got a birthday tomorrow.
I got a fight to finish up, and then I'm probably gonna crash myself.
Alright. We were just talking about fucking Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
I know who we're rating. We're gonna rate Tiffany.
Okay. Raid message.
I'm a criminal. Oh man, stretch it out.
There we go.
Oh god. She's probably gonna be so fucking confused by that. Alright. Let me go. I'm gonna start this thing.
Big stretch. You gotta say big stretch. Every time I do a big stretch.
Look, you can see me doing my big ass stretch right here. Ow! How you gonna hit a man when he's down? Rude.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, also the Yakuza series is Tiffany's like favorite series of all time.
Oh.
So I think she might appreciate this.
Yeah.
But yeah, no stream tomorrow. We go into a wedding, and then we'll be back next Tuesday. I'll probably play more Nightingale, then Blood and Clock Tower, then more Yakuza, then more Borderlands, and then crafting stream.
Yee.
I think I got next week's schedule pretty much set up. But yeah, guys, that's gonna be it. I do appreciate y'all hanging out with me and all the raids. Oh my gosh, there were Callie, thank you. It was just Callie, right? Was there somebody else and I forgot?
No, I don't think there was anybody else.
Alright, I think it was just Callie. But anyway, yeah, guys, thank you so much. So much. Jarmo, you'll get hugs. You'll get hugs. You'll get night hugs. Snuggly warm hugs. But you guys are Tiffany's problem. I'm gonna go get ready for tomorrow. I love you all. I love you so much. I will see you next Tuesday.
Bye.
Bye.